Calling this City Council regular meeting to order at 7:01. Call the roll, please.
Mayor Fahet.
Here.
Vice Mayor Dion.
Here.
Councilman Santeen. Here. Councilman Lamas.
Here.
Councilman Perez-Cuarto.
Here.
There's a quorum present.
Thank you. Okay, please stand if you're able for the invocation of the allegiance. The invocation will be led by Councilman George Santeen.
I ask that we take a moment to pray for these individuals and families. That God wish them the strength to deal with their individual hurdles in life. Richard Block, who's in hospice in VA hospital. Dr. Victor Vasquez, one of our colleagues in council person for years, who has kidney cancer. And of course, to the Webb family who just dealt with a blow to their family, and to the Rotary, and to this whole community, one of the greats, Tom Webb. So I ask you to take this moment to give them peace and strength. I say all this in the name of the Father, so Lord, amen.
Okay, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Okay, welcome again to this City Council regular meeting. We move on to 4, agenda and order of business. Thank you. With regard to the agenda and order of business, 5B is going to be deferred. And then I would like to ask the council, if you guys are okay, I'd like to propose that we move C and D and E and F from, so 9 C and D and 9 E and F, move them up above A and B, so that, because I know there's going to be plenty of people here to speak about those, and we'd like to get those out of the way at the beginning. Are you guys okay with that?
Yes.
Yes?
Can you repeat those again?
Yeah. So if you guys, anything else, does anybody want to pull anything out of the consent agenda? Any other changes to the agenda that you guys want to make? Okay, so I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda with C, D, E, and F moved up to accommodate all the people that are here for that. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Set a motion to move C, D, E, and F, 9 C, D, E, and F.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Can we just confirm that the applicants for C and D are here?
Are the applicants for C?
C?
Is that for C and D?
No, there's somebody here for D as well. I know that the agent is in the way, but yes, okay. He's right.
Okay. Should we?
Will you be presenting for C?
Are you guys going to be presenting for
Item
C, which is Dunn Moorhead? You guys are going to present for that? Sylvia?
I'm sorry.
I think Roger was asking if they were going to present. Who do we need present?
What
do we need?
The architect is on her way for 11:01. Well, she had a little emergency, but she's on her way. But she said that Susie Dunn is here.
She's back there.
I'm sorry. Oh, hi. Okay. I'm not sure if she's going to make a presentation, but perhaps we can switch the order.
Yeah, sure. You guys want to see E and F and C and D?
Maybe that's what he.
That might give us, that'll give us plenty of room for them. Okay, so then, would you like to amend your motion so that it's E and F and then C and D?
I would like to amend my motion so that E and F is heard before C and D.
All right.
Second.
Still second? Okay. Well, so we can do that with a voice vote. So all in favor of amending the agenda as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed say no. Okay, so the agenda is set. All right, we move on to 5A, awards and presentations. So this will be a treat. I'm glad there's people here. We have a presentation by the high school choir from Academy for Innovative Education, who will treat us to a Christmas song, since this will be our last meeting before the holidays. So come on down.
Here we come a-caroling.
Here we come a-caroling.
Here we come a-caroling.
Here we come a-caroling. Love and joy this season bright. Caroling, caroling, let us all sing tonight. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Ha! Bells on bobtail ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Oh, jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle-la-la-la. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle-la-la-la. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jolly old St. Nicholas, lean your ear this way.
Don't you tell a single soul what I'm going to say.
Christmas Eve is coming soon, now you dear old man. Whisper what you'll bring to me, tell me if you can. Up on the housetop, reindeer paws, out jumps good old Santa Claus. Down through the chimney with lots of toys, all for the little ones' Christmas joys. Ho, 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 who would it go?
Ho, ho, ho.
Ho, 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 who would it go? Up on the housetop, click, 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 click. Down through the chimney with good Saint Nick. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Happy holidays.
Thank you, what a treat. All right. Okay, so we move on. As we said before, 5B is being deferred, so we move on to 6, open forum. I think I hit people as they were coming in. What we would like to do is, I know there's people that are here today to talk about the 2 variances that are up and also the Fairhavens project. All of those are during the public hearing section of the agenda, which means that as a public hearing, I have to open it up for public hearing, for public comment. So I'd like to ask anybody who signed up who would like to speak to something that is unrelated to those items, because I prefer that you guys speak when those items come up so that you don't speak and then have a bunch of time pass before your item comes up. So I've got everybody who signed up here. If you are here for either of the 2, so C, D, E, and F that we just discussed, if you're here for those, I'd ask that you please wait. Don't do it in open forum. Please wait until the public hearing section, that item comes up. Is there anybody here? I know the second people speaking are going to be just for open forum. Mario Martinez, are you here? You're going to wait till the item comes up? Perfect. Okay, so moving on to Jackson Hoya and Sofia Enriquez. guys gonna sing again? No. All right. Open forum. Just as a reminder before they go on, open forum is one-way communication. You guys talk to the council. We do not respond. If there's any questions or concerns that you have afterwards, this goes for anybody during public comment. You could always approach the city manager's office or approach any one of the council members with your concerns or questions. And you have 3 minutes. Whatever doesn't get said in those 3 minutes doesn't get said. Take it away, Jackson and Sophia.
Good evening, every one of you. We are students from Academy for Innovative Education Charter School. My name is Jackson Hoya, and to my right is Sofia Enriquez. I'm the Vice President of the Triumph Music Honor Society, and she is the President of the Triumph Music Honor Society. We come today to ask for donations, as our choir is planning a competition in New Orleans, and I'll pass it over to my President to give you more details about that.
Hi, as Jackson mentioned, my name is Sofia Enriquez. I'm the president of Triumph. Our school is a Title I school, which means many of our singers are in need of financial aid. We are hoping that you guys can help us a bit with the financial aid. This is the first time we go out we do an out-of-state choir competition, and this is an opportunity for us to represent the city of Miami Springs, but also our school. And this is also going to be, for many of our singers, a new experience out of state, because many of our singers don't have the chance to go out of state and, get to know new places. So also, since this is going to be a new experience for many, it's going to bring us with more experience through the arts, but also experience through exploration and getting to know the world a little bit better. And now we want to announce.
I'd also like to announce that our middle school choir placed second in all of Miami in the caroling competition, and that our high school choir placed grand prize in the all of Miami for the caroling competition. And with that, we have no further comments. Thank you for listening, and
we thank you for everything you do. And
ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Go Aviators!
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on. So I'm making note of the people that, so Kathleen and Buzz, I believe you guys are going to be speaking to ENF. Jeanette Casal, okay, as well. All right, Carmen.
I'm going to be speaking for the 1101, but can I say something about these people?
Absolutely, come on up. I forgot to mention, Carmen, please state your name and address for the record when you come up.
Good evening. My name is Carmen Spangenberg. I live in 1131 Quell Avenue. I love Miami Springs, and I love that beautiful ensemble that they sing is better. I'm a retired art teacher, and I was a lead teacher for a magnet program. And going out of the place where you are is very important for the kid. My magnet program was also in a city school, and we were able to do trips, and it's extremely important. So I want to put a little weight in that appeal that they had. We need to support those kids. Second thing, very quick, when you mentioned about Webb, Tom Webb, and other people that were very important in Miami Springs, we could check a way to create small books about those people, because those memories cannot be forgotten. So that's something to think, a group to create a little library for Miami Springs. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. Jens, you and Carmen are both here to speak on C, on the variance for Ben, because you signed up.
Yes.
Yes?
I got my speaker with me.
The attorney gave you the go-ahead on that? All right, awesome. Okay, Steve Grafton, you're here to speak about something in general, about one of the items in particular.
One of the items, I think it's ENF.
DNF?
ENF.
Oh, ENF. Okay, so you're here for ENF. Thank you. Angelo Casanova? Okay, Angelo, come on up. Angelo, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Angela Casanova. I'm 11 years old. I'm in Troop 334 of Boy Scouts. I go to Blessed Trinity School, and I'm here to get a requirement done for Citizenship in the Nation merit badge. It's a merit badge where you learn and research more on the community that you live in, and you experience citizenship for that purpose. And I'm here because I would like to thank the council for allowing us scouts to be a part of this community in this way. Thank you.
Okay, Felix? Are you gonna wait till a particular item? ENF, perfect. And Natalie Carrillo?
Waiting for ENF.
Waiting for ENF. Okay, so that means we're done with public forum, and again, we got,
I can't really, it's really, it's about the variance.
if you're here for one of the variances? Okay,
For the nursing home.
yes. No, the nursing home is not a variance, so
Okay.
you're here for the nursing home, that's ENF.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, you will have an opportunity, should we put it back up there in case anybody wants it? We'll put this back up on the, are
Before
you?
you close public forum.
Sure.
Yes, good evening. My name is Lowell Dunn. I just heard these kids sing, and I have never been in such a spirit-filled room before. So on behalf of the Lowell and Betty Dunn Family Foundation, we'd like to donate $25,000 to their efforts. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. Yeah. Ms. Sato, why don't you come up and take a picture? You want to give them the good news once again? Bring them up.
I've been to a lot of public forums. I've been to Dade County, and you guys don't want to go there. And when you guys sang, it really touched my heart. And I'm up there with my sister. Sorry. And I'm up there with my sister Susie, and it's just a truly pleasure to see the joy that's coming in your eyes, the desire to go see and share the message and to represent Miami Springs. I grew up here. I was born on 1101 Quail, and I hear what you guys doing. So, like I told them earlier, on behalf of my mom and dad's foundation, which is Lowell and Betty Dunn, we're going to provide you with $25,000 to help you guys get there. So who do I need to? So let me give you my card.
Yeah, I think so.
You can come out in the office tomorrow or the next day. And we love Miami Springs, and we love the spirit. I mean, you guys are the next generation. God bless you guys. Thank
Okay, so that brings an end to open forum. We move on to approval of the council minutes. We have council minutes for the LPA meeting that was on November 10th and the regular council meeting on November 10th. Having had the opportunity to go through that before your briefings, I'd like to entertain a motion or any discussions that you may have. Motion to approve the minutes? All right, do we have a second?
A second.
All right, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Dion?
Yes.
Councilman Santeen?
Yes.
Councilman Lamas?
Yes.
Councilman Perez Crespo?
Yes.
Mayor Fahed?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, we move on to 8, reports from boards and commissions. And now we move on to public hearings. So I believe what we're going to do is go ahead and move up E and F. So we begin with E, ordinance on first reading, an ordinance of the City of Miami Springs. Actually, I'll let you read it. Go ahead.
An ordinance of the City of Miami Springs, Florida, amending section 150-080 of the city's zoning code to provide clear development standards for nursing and extended care homes, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for implementation, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. Did you want to do the next one, ordinance first reading, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Miami Springs, Florida, approving with conditions, denying a zoning map amendment to rezone approximately 6.86 net acres of property located at 201 Curtis Parkway and associated parcels from R-3C multiple family residential, medium density, and R-1B single family residential to O-1 professional office district, as legally described in Exhibit A attached here too, providing for findings, providing for recording, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Since she read both, do we cover that with one public hearing? One
You may hear both of these items at the...
together? Okay, all right. So the time, what everybody's here for, many of you. I open it up for public hearing and people that want to comment on items 9E and F.
If you want to.
Yeah, let me get it back. So I'm going to open it up for public hearing. I'll go ahead and call you guys up, and then if anybody feels if the spirit moves you to speak, just because you didn't sign up, you still have an opportunity. So I'm opening up public forum at this time. Why don't we start with Mario Martinez? Come on up.
Mr. Mayor, if we could swear in anyone who's going to be providing testimony at this time.
Okay,
Since this is
you
going-
take care of that?
Yeah. Can everyone who's going to be providing any testimony today, including you, sir, kindly stand up, raise your hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
My name is Mario Martinez. I live at 101 Navarre Drive, right across the street from Fair Havens. I want to stress to you guys the importance of changing the zoning on the current buildings, the Fair Havens, the historic structure. I think it's very important to change that. At the last zoning meeting, they discussed coming up with an alternate zoning other than the O1 business district. They were supposed to come up with a special designation for nursing homes only. I think it's very important that we do that for that particular parcel. As far as the vacant parcels go, there's no way you guys need to change the zoning on that. It can only lead to problems that open Pandora's box. The developer invited all us neighbors in 2 years ago, gave us some wine and some hors d'oeuvres, and gave us pictures of what they proposed of putting there. And what they're proposing now is totally different. The current zoning, from what I understand, is 320-something occupants, 327, 329 at the current facility now. It's been that way for many years. I don't see the reasoning that they want to change the zoning and the other lots and change that to, well, it would be to the nursing home zoning that they were been recommending. If they do that, if you build another building, the size of the building they're planning on building, and put it under the nursing home, it's going to change the occupant load of that nursing home. So you're going to go from 327 residents to, you can go up to 500. Because you're talking about, from what I see in the pictures and measurements I've made in the field out there, it looks like it's going to be about 45,000 square feet of space. Now you could take that, ACA, the Florida Department of Agency Healthcare Administration, is the one that issues the license to these people. Now they go by square footage, number of bathrooms, parking, and they work along with the Florida Building Code and the NFPA Life Safety Code 101. ACA will let you put on a single room, one patient, 80 square feet of room. For two people in a shared room, it's 60 square feet per room. So to bring that perspective, that's 6 by 10. So potentially, the rooms that they put in that new building, they could put two patients in each of those rooms. And that's gonna bring that occupancy up to over 500. Right now, look at the number of rescue calls we get there. They're probably at 50% capacity now. I live across the street, rescues there a minimum of 3 times a day. Now, you put 500 residents in there, you're gonna need more employees, more parking, more everything. You're gonna open Pandora's box if you zone those other lots for them to do what they wanna do. They're not doing it because they love the people of Miami Springs. They have nothing to do with us. They don't live here. They don't have to deal with it. They're not gonna spend $7 to $10 million putting this place in there to have the same number of occupants that they have now. It doesn't make business sense. Use your common sense. Use your head. What you guys need to do is research this. I'm by far no expert. I've been in the fire industry for 30 years. I've been a fire inspector, fire investigator, plans examiner. I've examined, do the right thing. Investigate this. Research it. You're going to see you're opening Pandora's box.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Okay, thank you. Kathleen Fleischman, you're next.
Kathleen Fleischman, 810 Pinecrest Drive. What we saw tonight with these children coming in and the song, and then this fabulous gentleman bequeathing $25,000. Okay, that's who we are. We are Miami Springs.
Sure.
And this is what we embrace. I'm a 45-year resident, and I love this town. With all due respect to Fairhaven's Popco, hey, you knew what you were buying when you bought it. It was zoned exactly as it was. I say, please do not approve, please deny the zoning for this residential section. These are our neighbors. These are the residents of Miami Springs. And I just don't think that there's any sense of urgency. The other night at the planning zoning meeting, the representative was saying that, you know, he had all these ideas and he was just sort of trying to enamor us into this pretty picture. But the reality is what this gentleman before me said. They don't live here. This isn't really, you know, don't tell us how sweet and adorable we are, and, you know, and that's our first date and we never see you again. You know, they said that they wanted to invest their money, and so in 2019 they bought the property, $27 million nearabout. Okay, and nothing got done. Now all of a sudden they've got to come before the zoning board, and all of a sudden there's a little bit done here and there. But I say, I'm from Missouri. Show me. Let's see what they're going to do with the existing property. Is that my bell?
No.
Oh, with the existing property and the Kellogg Annex. Fix it up. Do what you said you're going to do. And let's just see from that point on, then move forward. But at this point, I think it's premature, and I think it does nothing for the residents except create a debacle. So I thank you for your time. And as the gentleman said previously, let's do our research. Who's at the helm here, and who is thinking of the best interests for the Miami Springs residents? Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen, you're not really from Missouri, right? You did that for rhetorical effect.
That's right. I'm sorry. You know, that was a disclaimer. That's just a figure of speech.
Yes, it is. Thank you. Buzz?
Thank you, Council. Buzz Fleischman, 810 Pinecrest Drive. The 2 residential parcels included in the total of 7 need rezoning to the city's benefit. So the owners sometimes down the road cannot develop them into housing, parking lots, or other buildings not conducive to the neighborhood. A large future parking lot means more people coming and going at all hours of the day with its lighting and sound disturbing a peaceful neighborhood. You know, a quiet neighbor is a good neighbor. the sound and lighting disturbing a peaceful neighborhood. Could there be a building with first floor parking instead of a large parking lot with cars coming and going 24/7? Because when you've got people residing there, there are going to be, what, 3 shifts of cars coming in day and night. The proposed number of spaces may not accommodate workers because they need a vehicle to get there. There's no public transportation around here. If the lot is full, they may want to park on the swales or off the property. It's not being a good neighbor. If we love our town, if we love the quiet portion of what we have here, and it is a really unique area, why fill it with more noise and lighting? Do our due diligence. Look at the history of whoever funded this. Look at the history. Thank you.
Okay, next up, Jeanette Casal. Coming up, state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Jeanette Casal, 220 Morningside Drive. I attended the December 2nd meeting where the board voted to deny 5B, requesting to rezone the 7 parcels and recommend that the city limit any rezoning to the 2 existing R3C parcels. As noted in the plans and discussed in the meeting, the single-family parcels are not needed for this project, and the residents, including myself, are opposed to rezoning them. 01 rezoning would give the applicant broad rights with no obligation to build and open the door to uses that don't fit the neighborhood. The board understood the long-term risks this creates and voted to deny 01 for that reason. Their decision protects the neighborhood and preserves the integrity of our zoning plan. The board's recommendation to create an O2 district limited strictly to nursing home use provides a way for the facility to update and expand without affecting the surrounding residential block. It allows improvement on land already zoned for medium density while avoiding unnecessary intrusion to nearby homes. I'm asking the council to uphold the board's recommendation and apply strong conditions to any approval, including height restrictions, setbacks, landscaping, and drainage. We're really concerned about flooding in the area. I'm asking you to uphold the board's recommendation so that the neighborhood remains safeguarded. Thank you.
All right, we are staying with the people that are signed up for ENF. Steve Grafton, come on up. Please state your name and address to the record.
Thank you, Council. My name is Steve Grafton. I live at 1091 Bass Point Road, but I also bought the house at 461 Morningside Drive. I agree with the lady that just spoke, and I strongly recommend that you research the owner of Fairhavens Propco. He is very wealthy, very intelligent, very powerful man, and I think you should research. He has no obligation to build what he said he's going to build. Once he gets what he wants, he's entitled to flip the sell the property. Now it's all zoned the way he wants it to be. I think that we should proceed with caution. I think we should welcome him to renovate the beautiful historic property that we have. I think that's an amazing gesture. I think it's inevitable that he has to go up because if not, it doesn't make economic sense, business sense. But for the Morningside side, please as our elected officials, please stop the traffic, stop the lighting, stop the noise, block it back. One idea I had in memory of Mr. Webb, maybe we should try to make like a little park on the Morningside side of the property and block off Renette and Navarre so that Morningside is peaceful, quiet, there's no cut through, because you know they're gonna cut through from Point Siena and the middle school. They're gonna cut right down there, go into, let all their business be on the Curtis side, the Circle side, let them all come in through there, have their own little campus going on in there. I agree that they should improve the buildings and make it nice for the elderly. It's the business that they're in, and we really need them to do this. We don't want them to sell it and let it turn into be a low-income housing or something else that they could really do. They could do a lot of things. Just understand who you're up against, respect, but proceed with caution and understand that we need for you to keep the peace and the quiet for beautiful Miami Springs. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grafton. Okay, next up we have Felix Guardiola. Did I say that right? All right. Come on up. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Council. My name is Felix Guardiola, and I reside at 116 Palmetto Drive. I've been there for over 40 years. I live right behind Marty Martinez, and I echo everything that has been said here before. We have a company that bought a property knowing full well the condition that property was in. They bought it as a business transaction. Now we are going to have to pay the consequences if we don't make the right moves. Okay? I am opposed completely to allowing anything to go on that property, other than if in good faith, Fair Havens Propco LLC wants to bring the Fair Havens back to its original state, back to code, I would say, go for it. Then we can negotiate. But I'm not going to give away something until they do that. Okay? And you as our representatives need to come to our side and express that to them. I'll leave you with a little fable here. If I can find it here. Anyways, it's about a traveler in the Middle East, and he goes into his tent for the night to sleep. It's a cold night out, and he's with his camel. The camel pops his nose in because he's a little bit cold. Next thing you know, he pops his head in. All right, so far so good. Now I'm inside the tent. Well, next thing you know, the camel is in its entire body inside the tent. You're not going to get the camel out of there, folks. He's in for good, and he's not going to change, all right? Lesson being is we need to be very, very careful with what we give, because once we get it, it ain't coming back. Look what happened at the Circle 6-7 years ago. They promised us an Adobe-style looking building. Does that look Adobe? Looks like it belongs in, not Miami Springs. Council, I know you guys have a heavy burden on your shoulders, but that's why we elected the 5 of you. You represent us, the residents of Miami Springs, and from the sounds of it, you don't have a lot of happy campers here. I don't know if Some of you want to continue in your political career. I voted for the 5 of you, okay? Because, you know, a politician's only good as his next election. I don't consider you guys politicians. I consider you friends, neighbors, church members. I see you guys in church. I know your families. You know my families. Do the right thing. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, next up, Natalie Carrillo.
My name is Natalie Carrillo. Good evening. I live at 222 Palmetto Drive. As Ms. Casal said, please uphold what the zoning board has recommended. My first home with my husband, our first home was in the city of Miami. When our family expanded, we got our twins, we needed to move because city of Miami is not for children. And I was able to get him to Miami Springs because of our way of life here. And I say our way of life here because although I didn't live here originally, I went to Blessed Trinity and was here all the time because of my grandparents. And making this change will bring what happened to us in the city of Miami. In our home, literally, people would park on our lawn because they were trying to go to the design district. This was all the time, not just Art Basel, all the time because it was the place to be. So transferring that here, Fairhaven will become that because so many employees are needed, therapists, people visiting. We're gonna expand the beds, more visitors, the rescue, like our neighbors were saying. Please, do the right thing. The lighting, all these things affect our quality of life here in our beautiful little city that is just the place that everyone loves to call home. Thank you.
I believe it's Mr. Nathan. I'm sorry, I'm butchering it.
No problem.
Gotcha. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Nirmal Nathan. I live on 77 Palmetto Drive. I don't have any experience in real estate development, but I do have some background in this field because I'm a healthcare professional. And my mother, I grew up in Ocala. One of the reasons why I like Miami Springs so much when my wife brought me here. But I have spent a lot of countless hours in a nursing home with my mother, who was the medical director of a nursing home up there for 30 years. I'm very sensitive to the needs of the most vulnerable individuals in our community. But I do have concerns over the plan. Largely, it's already been spoken here. And I just urge you guys to really look at this closely. My main concern is in the development of this. I'm a local plastic surgeon currently building an ACA facility on Biscayne Boulevard. And I can tell you guys with confidence, ACA is very difficult to work with. There are all sorts of difficulties that can come across any ACA development, especially on that scale. And this project could easily take 2 to 7 years. 2 is optimistic. And my concern is where it is on the Curtis Parkway corridor. Living in the LeBaron district or section, I deal with the Hialeah cut-through traffic all the time. And that's currently something that I'm going to plan on working on the county level with some of the contacts that I have. But it's going to be a nightmare for the quality of life of the residents. And as Felix eloquently put, I do, especially George, I don't see as my politicians, I see as my friends. And I have full faith in you that you'll look out for the interests of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Gladys Perez Villanueva.
Good evening. Gladys Perez Villanueva. Actually, my address is exempt under Chapter 119. I'm happy to provide that privately. We provided an extensive opposition to the council over the weekend, and thank you, Mayor, for your response. And we adopt that here today on behalf of all the signatories to that opposition. I just have some brief comments. The first is the O1 designation. The O1 zoning designation, it's my understanding that that was intended or is defined as a buffer in order to transition from a commercial district to a residential. That doesn't seem to apply here. So that seems to be somewhat of a constrained imposition of an O1 district where you don't have an intense density commercial district, and then you have an O1, and then you're going into a residential. Just for some food for thought. Because I do understand the standard that's applied, and that may be an issue. I just wanted also to point out that the agenda does not attach the exhibit that was stated. And finally, we echo all of the sentiments that are presented here today, that were presented here today by the other speakers. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the prior speaker referenced the letter that she submitted to you in your official capacity. Obviously, if she would like that entered into the record, it should have been sent or should be recorded with the city clerk.
I believe it was sent to all the council members. That included the address in the Miami Springs website that would go to everyone. So it did go to the official website.
It needs to be recorded with the clerk's office.
It was also hand delivered.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Beth Schwartz. I reside at 610 Plover Avenue. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all this evening. I'd like to start out to say to the point, as the woman from Missouri stated, you need to know who you're doing business with, and so it's prudent to do your due diligence and research the players involved in this the people that are doing are making the presentation to change zoning and for this project. As far as zoning goes, it's not rocket science as to why they want to change the zoning. The last speaker eloquently mentioned that it's supposed to be a buffer. It doesn't appear to be a buffer. It's pretty evident that, like the song says, they want to pave paradise and put a parking lot there. And to that design, it's not, in my opinion, a very well thought out design. It's spread out. You have to do extra drainage, lighting. It's going to it's going to erode the quality of life because of air pollution, noise pollution, light pollution. You're going to have cut-through traffic. And that whole area right there, I'm very familiar with the area. I ride my bicycle around there with my husband quite often. So the quality of life does matter here, and that's why we love our city, and that's why I came back to this city after living in another municipality behind a 3-story building. I know what it's like. I've done this fight before. It's not good. When you start chipping away at the quality of life, and you start changing the zoning, and then you start changing the land use for the zoning, for parking, you chip away one step at a time. The density, it gets more dense. The quality of life for the residential neighborhood is just completely gone. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Go ahead, sorry, I didn't see anything. Okay. Next up is that Dean Whitman? Did I say that right?
Mr. Mayor? He's making the light. He's not on the list.
When, yeah, after this, is the last person on the list.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Dean Whitman. I reside at 610 Plover Avenue. I attended the planning board meeting last week, and I'm familiar with the issues that you're looking at tonight. it was, from the meeting was like real consensus, I think, among the residents who spoke and among members of the board, that you, at the very least, you shouldn't rezone this R1, these 3 or 5 R1 parcels. Now, I know that the applicant is offering to add a restrictive covenant to the land and perhaps something else with restricting the one parcel to a parking lot, but even they admitted that they could pretty much accomplish all their goals for the development without those parcels. So there's no real need for the success of the project to do this. And so you might say, oh, be safe, they'll never develop anything on those parcels, but it sets a really dangerous precedent for the edges, any other R1 zoning district in the city. Anybody that's living in the neighborhood, you know, just north of 36th Street, around Royal Poinciana, Westwood Drive, where there is some higher intensity development, that all you need is investors can get a hold of a few properties, maybe some distressed properties, and all of a sudden they have some and they say, hey, this isn't being used, the city's losing out on all sorts of tax revenue. You know, change this R1 to some sort of commercial, some sort of transitional thing, and then it begins. And it's very hard to undo. So I think you should take the advice of your boards, of your residents who've come out tonight to speak, and limit this to the 2 parcels where the Fairhavens proper is on, not separate from the street, it's on its own contiguous lot. And hopefully we'll have a good solution to this. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. So I'm going to open it up. If anybody would like to speak, you can just state your name and address. You don't have to have signed up.
Hi, John Cunningham. I live in 137 Navarre Drive.
Put the mic a little closer.
John Cunningham. I live in 137 Navarre Drive. I live directly across from the ambulance drop-off of this place. One of the things I wanted to ask you guys, so according to NFPA 241, a fire watch is required for the portion of the building that is unoccupied, yet connected to the occupied structure. Do you know if there is any fire protection at this time that's set up? I'm a firefighter. I've been a firefighter for 26 years, and I only know the City of Miami code. I'm not familiar with Dade County code, but you're supposed to have a fire watch. People have to walk it every hour. I've never seen security. I've never seen anybody there. So if a fire did break out in the unsecurity area, you can get inside. There's gaps in the gates. There was some windows. I don't know if it's completely boarded up now, but I know before it wasn't. Also, me living there, I spent $20,000 on a driveway to try to make my yard look a little better. I already have delivery trucks from the Fairhaven that are always driving up. They damage my property. I mean, I can't do anything about the people that come there and visit. But I always have trash. I have to pick up trash every day. For me, it's been a nightmare. And like I said, I live directly across from it. So I mean, if they moved to the morning side, it'd be better for me. But in my experience, it's only going to get worse, especially if you let them build something this big. It's just going to get worse. And I can tell you, I got my house for at least $50,000 less than what it was worth, because it was on the market for so long because nobody wanted to buy it there. So I can only imagine if this building gets built, if you change the variances and you let them build this, I probably won't be able to sell my house.
Thank you. Would anybody else care to speak? Come on down.
Good evening. My name is Vincent Medel. I'm sorry for my voice. Hopefully you're gonna understand me. Anyway, 33 Morningside Drive. You know where I live. Right back from the property. On my total against construction there. Because of many things, traffic, lighting, and traffic mainly. I'm hoping you consider this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. Okay, anybody else that would like to speak on these items? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Not the public hearing, the public comment.
Right, sorry, the public comment, sorry. All right, so I think we'll have presentations now by staff or... Is there a way to cheat that out so that people can see the screen, not just us?
The first station? Yeah, you want to come. All right. Just make sure that.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Just a very, very quick setup, because I know that the applicants are going to give you a much more detailed presentation, but from the perspective of staff, who I'm representing today as the city planner, just wanted to give you a little bit of context. Let me see what's going on.
Erica, is there a way to push that back a little bit? Yeah, because I think we can see it, but I hate that like a quarter of the people here can't see the screen. Sorry.
No, that is perfectly fine.
Thank you. Better, yes, thank you.
Let me see if I can get to this. Okay. I know the screen is not sufficiently large for some of the detail to be seen by everybody. I mean, you and I can't see it that well. But just wanted to give you something to work with, which we did at the Zoning and Planning Board meeting, which was very helpful. We have 7 parcels, and the only one, I mean, there's only one address, so it's kind of difficult to be referring to them by folio numbers or legal descriptions. So what we have done is just give them a number, just for the purpose of being able to refer to them in the discussion. We have 1 and 2 being the tiny little parcels on the west side of Renette that face onto Curtis Parkway, and then 3 and 4 are the parcels that are the big lot that people refer to as being the one where the parking lot is being proposed. Number 5 is the lot west of Renette that faces onto Morningside. Then 6, the large parcel on the sort of main part of the campus, and 7, the other parcel that is also part of the campus. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's how we kind of been referring to them. Something that I wanted to just point out, there are approximately 5 major structures on the property today for over 100,000 square feet of floor space, and approximately 44 parking spaces on the property today. And I say it's approximate because, as you know, there's a lot of sort of undelineated parking that happens there, so it's really difficult to actually get a good count. I'm going to skip over this. You all know how historically significant this is and the history of it better than I do. But I wanted to point out that there are multiple moving parts to this project. The first 2 were actually certificates of appropriateness that were applied to. But the first one for the repair and restoration work to the historic building, the second one for the site improvements and a new building, which are, on the non-historic portion of the building and the site. Those were reviewed by the Historic Preservation Board, approved the 2 certificates of appropriateness on October 23rd of this year. So that's the first part. And then the other applications came in at the same time, but are not reviewed by that body. They are reviewed, some of them by yourselves, sometimes in the capacity of the land planning agency, sometimes as council. Some go to the zoning and planning board before they come to you. And all of them are reviewed by staff. So the first one you reviewed on first reading was the future land use map redesignation of some of the parcels that are not in the sort of right future land use designation today. Those are parcels 5 and 6 that are designated residential, whereas the rest of the parcels are already designated medical residential in the future land use map. And you reviewed that, you approved it on first reading on November 10th. That has to come back to you for second reading. And it is not until then that that final decision is made on that process. On December 2nd, the Zoning and Planning Board reviewed 2 applications, actually reviewed 3, but let me talk about the 2 that are on your agenda tonight first. The first one is the zoning map amendment, which is meant to unify the zoning of the site. It's also disparate, just like the future land use designation are disparate. And the second purpose is to try and reconcile that with the flume. It is in our Florida statutes that your zoning should be consistent with your future land use designations in your in the comprehensive plan. So that's an important point to make. That request is also reviewed as an ordinance in 2 readings. So tonight you're going to be reviewing that on first reading. With the second reading, that will come back at the same time as the future land use amendment, whenever that happens. So tonight, none of these are final decisions, is the point that I want to make. Likewise, for the zoning district text amendment, which is establishing new standards that are specific to nursing homes, convalescent homes, and extended care facilities. That went to the Zoning and Planning Board again on December 2nd. It is an ordinance. It requires 2 readings. Tonight is first reading before you. It's going to come back whenever the others come back. The Zoning and Planning Board also reviewed a site plan approval request. They have some specific recommendations, which I'm sure the applicant is going to give you a little context for, but that's not on your agenda tonight. Everything sort of converges back together whenever we bring everything back with whatever decision you make tonight, whatever guidance you give us. So I wanted to make that point. Really quick. Regarding the current zoning, as you know, parcels 6 and 7 are zoned R3C, multiple family medium density today. It is obvious that this facility has been there since well before the city actually adopted any zoning in its history, which was in 1962. This obviously precedes it. I cannot tell you why it was designated medium density, multiple family medium density, but so it is. Is it the right designation? I cannot tell you what the thinking was at the time, but it is obvious that it is a zoning that does not permit this use. It's not one of the permitted uses. So that makes this facility a non-conforming use that cannot be expanded, cannot be significantly changed from what it is or how it is today without violating the sort of standards for non-conformities. I will also point out that multiple family medium density zoning district allows any use that is permitted in the sort of lower intensity, medium density zoning districts, the district that we have in the city. But also that one includes some of the uses that are permitted in R1A, which is a single family residential zoning district. What the city has is what is called pyramidal zoning, which means that one district can permit the uses of the sort of lower districts, right? So single-family residential is the lower density, the lower intensity district. Then you have multifamily, and that one usually allows for those single-family residential uses, and so on and so on and so on. So it kind of, folds those uses into the higher intensity. Not always, but in many instances it does. It does in this case. So this district also allows multifamily dwelling, obviously, apartment houses not to exceed 7 units, hotels with restrictions, guest houses, tourist homes, boarding and lodging houses not to exceed 30 units, signs and parking. That's what's allowed in the current zoning today. Excuse me. Parcels 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, I'm sorry, that's a typo over there. Those are zoned. R1B, single family residential, those are the parcels that you see in the yellow. And those only allow for single family dwellings and the accessory uses that are typical of single family or that are typically incidental to those single family zoning districts. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I kind of went back. So the proposed rezoning and text amendment as it stands today in the application presented by the applicant is to go to the O1 professional office district, as you heard. There were a couple of different options that existed. One was to use the one zoning district in the city, that allows for this use. Nursing, convalescent, and extended care home is the only one. The other one was to create a new district, which is what the zoning and planning board suggested. In this case, the applicant chose to go with what the zoning code already had, which was the O1 professional office district. And what they chose to do is to establish a series of standards that are specific to those uses, to just those uses, right? So that included some provisions for maximum building height, minimum setbacks, minimum buffering, which, by the way, does not exist today in that zoning district, as well as establishing lot coverage, minimum pervious landscaped area, two other standards that do not exist today, and establishing a minimum parking standard, which also the city doesn't have for this particular type of use, okay? That's been the choice. Now, I would also like to mention that there are a series of standards that would remain unchanged in that zoning district for all the other permitted uses. And those include the minimum building, building site area, which is 15,000 square feet, which even if you rezone the residential properties means that some of those parcels are not buildable sites under that O1 zoning. The minimum front yard, the minimum setbacks would not change for those other uses. The minimum floor area, which is 1,500 square feet, would not change for those uses. There is a protective screening standard that is very similar to what the applicant is proposing, tweaked for the nursing home, convalescent home, etc. And a provision would remain also unchanged that says that there cannot be mixed use that includes residential multifamily dwelling in that O1 zoning district as it exists today. So what we found in our analysis, obviously they're seeking to amend the code to incorporate these regulations that are specific to the use that they already have and that they want to continue. The intent and the outcome would be to establish much clearer standards for these uses that exist today. In fact, it's not just clearing the standards, it's creating standards that do not exist today that apply to these uses. And that some of the compatibility standards would not necessarily be, they can be, but they would not necessarily be addressed in the zoning, but they would certainly be addressed through the review of the site plan. And when we get to that, you'll see that we have a number of conditions that would be requirements of the approval that would have to be met by building permit stage or by certificate of occupancy and so on. So in this case, for the text amendment, what staff was recommending is the approval of the proposal with additional language or modified language for a couple of things, which included some language about signage, some language clarifying their, just tweaking language that they have proposed with regards to required parking, and a requirement for a permanent generator. This is something that is a state standard, but we're kind of asking for something that is a little bit more strict. The zoning and planning board, with regards to the rezoning, I'm sorry, not to the rezoning, to the text amendment, that's an error, made two motions last week. The first one is to deny the request as presented by the applicant for a zoning code text amendment to the O1 district regulations. And the second motion is to instead create a new zoning district in which nursing, convalescent, and extended care homes would be basically the only permitted use, with whatever accessories are incidental to those kinds of uses, along with creating, or rather bringing the standards that are being proposed into the O1 district into this new district, which they had some suggestions as to the name. The name doesn't really matter. I think that as a planner, it would be preferable to have something that reflects the future land use map designations, so something along the lines of medical institution, medical residential institution, something like that. Their proposal is, their recommendation to you is to mirror that, with the exception that they would ask to limit the building height to 40 feet, whereas the applicant was proposing 45. And the applicant has, their team has said that that is possible. With regards to the rezoning, again, our recommendation was for a consistent, unified zoning. So we were recommending approval of the rezoning of the 7 parcels. But the board, their recommendation is actually to approve a zoning map amendment, rezoning only the parcels that are identified as 6 and 7 from R3C to whatever that new district might be. That makes the rezoning contingent upon you giving direction that that district be created, essentially. And that's going to be the end of my presentation. Just wanted to kind of summarize the recommendations and kind of let you know where it stands. If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions?
In the creation of a new zoning specifically and only for nursing homes or medical care, how would that affect existing ALFs?
How would it affect, I'm sorry?
Existing ALFs?
The current use.
It would not. I don't believe it would. There are no, that's a state regulated, and it's allowed pretty much anywhere where they might be, provided that they comply with the state requirements. We have ALFs in the various neighborhoods, and they would still continue to be zoned residential as they are today. Yeah. And by the way, because that's, would have to, if they wanted to bring this, they would have to go through the rezoning process.
Through the chair. Sylvia, so I was researching nursing homes and rehab centers in the general vicinity. Not a lot close to us. Epworth Village, for instance, is zoned as, according to the county, as multifamily. Miami Jewish Home and Hospital, multifamily. Westchester General Hospital, motel and hotel. And the parking lot is also zoned. I mean, there's a nursing home on 47 Northwest 32nd Place, residential medium retail, mixed use Belmont Residency Coral Gables. It's a mess.
It's a patchwork, yes.
Why does this happen? I mean, I think we've inherited a mess over the years, and I think we're trying to clean this up. So can you talk to what, or do you know countywide, what other facilities similar to Fairhavens, let's call it Fairhavens, has the zoning is consistent with the use?
Off the top of my head, I'm afraid I can't. I can come back and let you know. But it really is a patchwork depending on the community and the zoning. Many of them are, sort of histories of zoning and rezoning that have left overlooked institutions. Perhaps the most appropriate zoning for something like this would be like an institutional kind of zoning.
Like a hospital?
Like a hospital, for example. There are sort of broader institutional zoning districts that allow not just hospitals and these kinds of facilities, but also they could apply to government facilities or schools. So it's a broader institutional building, and they can have sort of specific standards for this type of use. But obviously, your comprehensive plan did think about this, and they established a medical residential future land use category. And I guess that at the time, nobody thought to come back and kind of make the zoning match.
Could these other nursing homes and rehab centers that I mentioned that are zoned for motel or condo, could they be purchased by some other party and knocked down and built according to that zone?
Do you mean like?
Yeah, like
well, I haven't.
like a retirement village that's zoned as a condo,
Right.
condominium, and it's currently, I think, it's either 2 or 3 floors.
Could it be knocked down and?
Someone could purchase that retirement home, knock it down, and put a high-rise building if it meets height requirements.
Sure, absolutely, they could, yes.
So
Not having
the
seen.
non-conforming use only applies while it's still.
Correct. So in other words, let me give you an example of how the non-conforming status affects this facility. If they wanted to extend that wing that they're proposing, as a non-conforming use, they cannot do that, right? Anything that is an expansion or an intensification or a substantial change, it could not be done as a non-conforming use. Not having reviewed the zoning codes of these other communities with respect to those particular facilities, I do not know if nursing homes or convalescent homes, extended care, or even hospitals might be permitted uses. It might be that those uses are part of the permitted use list, and maybe you did that research, and I don't have that information. So if those uses are listed as permitted, then somebody could come and knock that existing building down and build a new one that is also the same use. But if the zoning, just like in this case, if the zoning of those facilities does not include this type of use as a permitted use, then it would be a non-conforming use just like this one is, and it could not come back. Even, so, non-conforming structures is something that if you knock it down and you build the structure in compliance with the code, you can do that. But the use here is just not permitted, period. So, in the current zone. So that's the conclusion. Any other questions?
And after we hear from the applicants, we can ask Sylvia.
Sure.
We can ask more questions as we have the broader discussion once we've heard from the applicants. Anybody else want to ask Sylvia anything before she takes a break? Unfortunately, we can't take questions at this point. Okay, so at this point, we'd like to hear from the applicants.
Try to pull this off. Okay. Evening, everybody. It's good to see everyone again. Lots of us had a 3-hour bit of entertainment about 6 days ago at the Planning and Zoning Board. Graham Penn, Burke Howard, Del Fernandez, Larkin Tapinas, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Here we're representing the property owner. I'm going to spend a lot of our time talking about the response to what we heard last week. And I hope that a lot of folks are going to leave, or when I end my presentation, hopefully feel a little bit more relieved, because I think we've agreed in that interim to come a long way in the direction that board recommended, and I think will hopefully resolve a lot of issues that the neighborhood has raised. Just to reintroduce our team, Mr. Dwayne Hathaway, our project manager, is over there. We've got our historical architectural consultant, Mr. Arthur Marcus, who worked very hard on the certificate of appropriateness process, and we ended up with really a beautiful project for the historic building. Leo Bayon, the architect who's done the site plan and the new proposed future building on the southern end, and my associate, Mr. Rob Alvarez. Property, of course, no surprise. We've got Curtis on our northwest, Navarre on our east, Morningside on our south, and Crescent on our north. I keep asserting this, and I know Mr. Fleischman gets very angry every time I say it, but we think that this property is the most important historic site in the city. It's recognized as one of 2 in your comprehensive plan, that and the Curtis Mansion. Curtis Mansion had the benefit of getting its renovation done about 13 years ago, and this project and what you're hearing tonight is finally the moment for this building. It is also equally important, in our opinion, as the home for hundreds of elderly residents in the city, and we are working very hard to get people back into their homes. When thinking about camels and tents, in some ways, this is a property where the camel was first and the tent was built around the camel, because here we are in 1940. You can see the bones of the subdivisions are around us, but we're kind of on our own, because again, what Glenn Curtis did, as we all know, is he built this as a hotel. This was going to be the centerpiece of the city. By 1930, he was already bankrupt. It had already become a sanitarium. So by 1940, you can see it is in its sanitarium mode with basically very little development around us. 63, most of the city is getting built out, right? But this is a post-war city from a development perspective. I guess it was us, and we go back to the beginning, you can see the elementary school was the only other big building there. It's up on the top of our photograph, and it's still there. You can see the school still there, and then the neighborhood surrounds us, right? By this point, property is already a nursing home. 1980. In the 70s, the Lutherans had came and bought the property, again operating as a nursing home, built the 3 additional buildings for the southern end of the site below the historic building. So again, this is a property that has long predated most of the development around it. And we are now, and we discussed this prior, and we discussed this at length, the HPB, we're in dire circumstances with this property's condition. Engineering study in the beginning of the year has demonstrated that the interior of the building, the historic building, is rotting and it has been deemed not habitable. So what we've been doing in a lot of this process has been to ensure that we can get that building back up into good shape. So we have multiple goals for the overall project. First and foremost is to address the structural deterioration of the building. That's what we've started already. Some of the work we've begun already is getting rid of all the wooden structural elements, replacing them with steel, building the new skeleton for the structure. Following that, what we spent months dealing with the HPB to, in our opinion, a very successful result is the most significant restoration of this building that's ever been contemplated since the 100 years of its existence. And I'm going to show you a couple drawings about the extent of what that restoration really means. This will allow the restored structure to serve our residents again, right? We need to get the original structure, the Kellogg wing, the historic portions of the building back up and running and get our patients back in there. Next, we're proposing significant operational improvements. Now that includes most notably access and parking, and I'll talk about that when we get there. And finally, basically what the exercise that we're doing today, what these two items are to get this property in the right zoning position for the future, right? We, as Sylvia indicated, we have a zoning district that doesn't contemplate the use, that the use predates the zoning existence, and we have zoning that doesn't match the comprehensive plan and vice versa. Plus, we don't have criteria in your code that really govern this kind of use. Again, we've been here long before the code, but we wanted to, and a big part of what you're seeing tonight is to try to get us on the right path. To make sure that the rules are right, this property can continue to exist for the next century. Little bit of a detour into the certificate of appropriateness because I think it's important, and I bored everyone last week with this. The top right drawing is the existing status quo of the building. The bottom of our drawing there is the restoration that was approved by the HPB. As you can see, this is the short version of this. We're replacing every single window in the building with a modern Hurricane windows that match the historic windows. We're removing all of the air conditioning units that have been cluttering this building for 50 years. We are reintroducing architectural elements that have been gone for over half a century, including the dome, all the trellis work on the roof. So that is what we spent several months dealing with the HPB, and finally we think we've got a great product. So that is what's been approved, and that is job number one for us, is doing this restoration work. And I'm going to talk about that timing when we get to the site plan. So tonight, right, getting us in the right position where this campus can properly fit within its zoning, its comprehensive plan for the next century, and make significant improvements to the operation. So Sylvia went through this, I'm going to be very quick. We have 4 elements. We've got the comprehensive plan amendment, which is coming back in January. We've got the rezoning in front of you tonight. We have the text amendment in front of you tonight. Site plan approval will be following. So I'm going to touch on the site plan. It's not directly in front of you tonight, but I want to talk about it, especially in light of the board hearing last week, and explain what we've already agreed to do in response to the comments we heard from the public and the board. So again, our 2 applications tonight, and we are proposing modifications to both of them based on the recommendations of the board. So, rezoning. This is our status quo. As Sylvia explained this in depth, I'll be very quick. You can see the main site, R3C, which again is a multifamily district. It also permits hotels. It does not permit nursing homes, despite us existing by the time this property got zoned. Across Renette, single family, that's the zoning. Now, we had filed this application, as you can see, as Sylvia explained. We had requested on the right-hand side, the entire property get rezoned to O1. We believe that is an appropriate move. Again, we're trying to build a campus here. These properties have been unified like this for a very long time. We wanted to, again, a single zoning district made sense to us. Now, we understand, obviously, the concerns that we heard from the public last week, especially about the impact on Morningside for the work west of Renette. Right, we have the little toe on Morningside on the east end, and then we have the two lots on Curtis Parkway, where those are right next to single-family homes. The larger area on the north of that is actually separated, and I'll show you a drawing in a second, by two alleys from the single-family homes. Those have been platted alleys since the original plat of the city. So what we've proposed, and I think some folks mentioned this already, we proposed to record a covenant on those tracts. So basically I'll show you what they are, right? The tract on Morningside and the two parcels on Curtis that would limit their use to open space only. That would mean that they can't be developed for anything. Now, as you know, one of the alternatives that was discussed and the board recommended was just leave it single family. Our opinion is it's a preferable scenario for everyone that it's open space. I think, listen, that's just me, I prefer to have an open area as opposed to a house next to me, right? We think that this is protective of the interests of the neighborhood. Now, again, this covenant gets recorded on the property, and under its current terms, it requires this council to approve any modification of it. So I can't do anything on those 2 lots, 3 lots, without this council changing that covenant. And that would mean coming back to public hearings, doing the same thing we're doing tonight. So that's what we proffered. So again, that's what it would impact those 2 properties. Now, as you know, the recommendation is to remove all the land west and south of Renette and change our zoning district to a nursing home only district. I'll talk about the latter one in a second. We've agreed, and we're going to give you a draft of it, to just pick a new zoning district. We don't have a problem with that at all. But what we want to do is we really want to retain the ability to have our little separated block that is, you can see again, that white line that's around our little blue parallelogram. That's not parallelogram. My teachers are going to get angry. It's more trapezoidal, you're right. Our alleys, right? So we have platted alleys that's surrounded. And I said this last week, the garbage trucks that serve those houses on Morningside drive on this property as if it's an alley, right? So that's the separation between those lots. So that's why we're requesting to keep that as part of the rezoning, and while letting the other 2 go. Again, I think the protection of the covenant does it, but if the will of this council is that the zoning should remain single family, we're not going to fight that, right? But I want to have, the reason that I'm fighting for this portion of the property is that this is an important overflow parking opportunity for us in the future, and we want to retain it. This is the survey showing you the detail of how that block looks, right? You can see again, alley running on the west, alley running on the south. Historically has been used for parking, and this is the only way that we have enough room to get up to the maximum 227 parking spaces that we really want to provide. Again, 44 existing, which I think we can all agree has been proven to be insufficient. And it's important also to note that keep rezoning it, will not site plan it, it will not approve any development on it. Any future development would still need to come through an entire site plan process. So we're just preserving it again with the goal, as I said at the beginning, of getting this property ready for its next century. Let's get this thing ready if it becomes necessary. So we have no problem, again, removing those 2 lots abutting single-family neighbors from the rezoning, keeping them single-family. Fine. We're also proposing to change our zoning district to a new zone, what we have numbered, which can be changed, obviously, a nursing home only district. And with that, I'm going to ask my associate Rob to hand out copies of what this district will do, but I'll explain it. Basically, what it does in general is take the language that we added to 01 and separate it back out into its own zoning district. The board last week was very concerned about the impact of 01 because the concern was, and I think it's well taken, if you rezone to 01, it's not just a nursing home use, right? You can have other office uses in 01, and what happens if someone decides later on they want to build a medical complex of office building, right? That would be permitted under 01. So what this change would do would foreclose that, right? You rezone it to nursing home, that's all it can be, which again is our only interest. It's been a nursing home, again, for longer than most of us have been alive. So let me take you through kind of the big picture. And again, what we've done with the new proposed amendment is add changes into it that we heard from the folks in the audience and from the board. So we need an amendment, right? At bottom line, right? As Sylvia explained, 01 allows nursing homes, but that's it. It has zero standards for nursing homes. It doesn't tell you how big they can be. It doesn't tell you how you can park them. It doesn't do anything. And at this point, with the results of that, I mean, what are we going to do? Well, how do we know even how many parking spaces we need, et cetera, right? So that's why we really need a new district or language in 01 that will support the use. So our amendment, again, added it to 01. The parking ratio, briefly, which is unchanged in the version that we've handed out, is the ACA rate. 1 space for every 3 beds plus 1 for every 2 employees. And 2 employees is measured at your peak of your employment. Like if you got 3 shifts, it's usually the 7 a.m. shift that's the biggest. So that's how that would get parked. The ordinance includes a required buffer adjacent to and across the street from single family. So we have, as you know, we have a single family across from Navarre. We have, most importantly, we have a single family across Morningside, equally important. I don't want to insult anyone. Across those streets, we're requiring a dense green belt along those entire property lines. And I'll show you what that looks like. This is what Navarre would look like with that buffer. And, you know, we are blessed in some sense in the city that all these streets were laid out as 60-foot rights-of-way, which was 10 feet wider than a standard street in Dade County. So you can see, looking on the right, that would be the residences across the street. You've got sidewalk, landscape buffer in their property, 2 lanes of traffic, another landscape buffer 17 feet wide, sidewalk, 5-foot landscape buffer, and then ultimately the buildings behind them. So that's again what we propose to add to whichever version of the ordinance that you are interested in proceeding with, if any. What did the PZB ask us to do? I've said it already. Change it to its own zoning district. Require pervious material for the parking lots. So we had a standard parking lot idea that they said, let's, you know, and there was lots of concern about drainage brought up last week. Their recommendation is all your parking has to be some pervious material, turf block, pavers, so all that kind of material. That has now been added to the ordinance. So we are now adding the pervious requirement. They also said, you know what, we're not comfortable with your building height of 45 feet, reduce it to 40 feet. That has now been put in the ordinance. So we've done both of those changes. So the 01A draft in front of you requires a pervious material for parking, reduces the building height. We are providing, this is another thing that's missing from the code. There is no language related to mechanical or elevator overruns in the code. We need to make sure that's in there because, again, every modern building has an elevator in it. Every elevator is going to be above your roof line to some degree. So we're allowing ourselves 10 feet for that mechanical space and elevators, which the mechanical space, as you'll see in the draft, will need to be buffered completely. We are including Sylvia's proposed language regarding the generator and directional signage, no objection. We're also, when we reduced the building height, what that made us slightly nervous is that we now are proposing to do these very fancy and very expensive, I'm going all the way back. This is a mistake to go all the way back, but I want to, revisions to the historic building, including the addition of all that new dome that's returning. And what we're concerned was, well, that's over 40 feet, right? Because it was 40 feet when it was built. So what we're proposing in the ordinance is protections for that historic building. So that it'll be allowed to exceed the building height for reintroducing of historic elements. So again, which is, that dome has been gone for a very long time, but we want this, that has got to be the showpiece of this property, right? That is the center of this property, and it will remain the center of this property. So what we're requesting that tonight you recommend in favor of the new 01A district, again, just implementing what the board recommended. So site plan. As Sylvia noted, the site plan is not in front of you tonight, but we've heard a lot of issues about the interaction of the property with the neighborhood. And I want to talk about what we've agreed to do. And then hopefully, if everything goes forward, you'll see at the next hearing. This property, from an operational point of view, I think we hopefully can all agree, is a bit of a mess, right? We have very weird access because it's, again, our historical access. We were there before a lot of stuff happened around us. And we have terribly deficient parking. Access on Curtis is, you've got these very weird oriented driveways, which must have looked very nice in 1927, but they're not functioning well now. Parking, as Sylvia noted, 44 parking spaces, maybe 44. Now, what that is resulted to, and I'm sure the neighborhood will agree with us, is that people tend to park everywhere, right? We have people parking in every area of green space on this property. You can see there down in the southern portion of the lot. They park on all over the swales, which again doesn't help anyone. That certainly doesn't help drainage, parking over the swales. So this is the site plan as proposed. So I'll take you through it very quickly because again, that's not the subject of this conversation. But as you can see on Curtis, first off, we're retaining the main entrance. All the porte cochere is getting restored. The whole orientation of that, the trees, all that, the historic entrance is being retained. But around it, we are getting rid of those oddly oriented entrances and exits. We are providing a significant amount of parking, right? This is now 165 parking spaces on this property versus 44. So that means that folks are going to, if you're visiting your relative, you get to park in the front of the building now, and you don't have to hunt for something forever. You also see that we're providing a significant amount of landscaping. We'll talk about that in a second. The future development on the southern end, 3-story building along Morningside. That's what we're proposing, and that would be in this approved site plan. The little close up on the orientation on the northwest in the front, again, all that parking 4 times what we have now. We think it's going to be a massive improvement for the operation and our interaction with the Curtis. We're now making sure, regulating all those entrances and exits, making sure they're squared off. So parking, first phase without the additional lot, right, without my little additional trapezoid, thank you very much, 165 spaces. That's 275% of what's on the property now. And then full build out when I can build that little trapezoid in the future. And I'm going to talk about timing and ensuring that the interests of the public are protected, 227. So that is in a circumstance when we need it for operational purposes. That's why I want that trapezoid to be part of our campus. It gives us that additional flexibility in the future. Landscape improvements, massive amount of new landscaping in this plan. All you can see most notably, all the street trees around the perimeter that don't exist now because this property was again developed before there was a street tree requirement in Dade County, and now we have one. So we're adding those in. So we have 52 new street trees, 36 new parking lot trees, 26 new lot trees. There's a lot of trees that are on this property, so we don't have to have a lot of new lot trees. My favorite number of all, 4,121 new shrubs. And 100% of all these new trees are going to be native. So that is, again, a massive improvement in the relationship of this property to the neighborhood, right? All that parking is coming off those swales, right? And that parking is now going to be regulated within the site. Just showing you again what that looks like now, the southeast corner of our property. Trucks, no trees, it's not a pleasant experience to be looking at across the street. And now what will be in the future. So what we have, both staff recommendation, we have the board recommendation from last week. Recommendation is add additional landscaping on the perimeter. We have no objection to that. Remove the driveways on Morningside. You can see what we would propose is 2 driveways to serve those parking areas that would be exiting on Morningside. And a lot of folks came last week and were concerned about that impact. As I said before, use pavers for all parking areas. And this is one that Sylvia suggested, which we don't have a problem with, is that we have 329 beds that are approved, right? That's our license. Any increase in that bed count would require a site plan amendment to come to this council. So we have agreed to, and you'll see this when we come back, additional landscaping buffer on the perimeter. We've agreed to remove those offensive driveways on Morningside, so there will be no driveway access on Morningside, right? You can see that, 0. And that will give us more room for buffering. We've agreed to use pavers for all new parking areas. Again, a significant change, and I think a benefit overall from a drainage point of view for the neighborhood. We've agreed that any increase in bed count over 329 would require us to come back for an amendment. We agreed that any development on those 2 folios, which is my favorite trapezoid, would need to come back for a site plan amendment. So that I'm not building anything on that lot without coming back and getting another formal approval. And that's likely years away. And I think this is another concern that we heard before. What happens if, well, you want to build your new building, what happens to the historic building? We've agreed to a condition that there be no new buildings would be constructed prior to completion of the restoration of the existing historic structure. So that's first. That's not me just saying that. We would agree to a condition of the site plan that would lock that down. So any site plan approval means that historic building, all that hard work that we've done with the HPB needs to come first. Then we can move forward with the rest of it. Now, of course, we want to, as part of that restoration work, we still want to do all my operational improvements because we're going to have 329 beds on this property. We want to park it properly. If you adopt the code, we'll have to park it that way, right? Right now, I don't have a parking requirement, odd enough to say, right? So assuming that the ordinance passes, this is what I have to do now, right? So I'm subjecting myself to this requirement that doesn't exist. So again, so if people are concerned that, look, you're going to come in, you're going to sell us some fancy looking slides, you're not going to do what you need to do. This means that I can't do it, even if we were going to try to pull a bait and switch. I got to do that restoration before I do any other building on this property. And as I always say, everyone's favorite slide, the last one. So again, I think we are very excited to move forward with the bringing Fair Havens into the 21st century. These 2 requests, as modified by staff recommendation and by the board's recommendation, will allow us to build the framework for the future of this property will establish firm rules on this property that don't exist today, will ensure that this property can be used for only one thing, right, rather than what it can be used for under R3C, for example. And again, with the restrictions that are baked into the new revised code, will be baked into our covenant, depending on what the decision is on the rezoning portion of this, and will be baked into the site plan. We think we've answered, maybe not to everyone's satisfaction, the concerns we've heard from the neighborhood. We're very eager to move forward. We'd ask for your vote in favor of both of these as modified on first reading tonight, with the understanding, again, that this is first reading, that we have work to do. We have to come back to you with a site plan that keeps those promises that I just made, that removes those driveways on Morningside, that adds in the additional buffering, that replaces all that parking, the asphalt parking with pavers. We need to bring that to you. And we're committed to doing that. So with that, we're here for any questions you may have. And since our order, Mr. Mayor, I don't have to reserve rebuttal, but we look forward, and we're here again for you, and we look forward to your discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have a question. You're currently licensed for 329 beds. How many do you have currently?
In use?
Yes.
Dwayne, do you know?
Because, I mean, you've got a building, the historic building is currently unoccupied, right? So how many beds do you currently have in use? About 200.
I'll say that in the microphone, around 200.
Around 200. Okay. Once the restoration of the historic building is completed, will that will get you to the capacity of 329? So I'm assuming you're going to put beds in there. That's why you're restoring.
Currently, the goal is that we are going to be able to accommodate that 329 within the historic structure and the three 1970 structures. And Dwayne, I'm going to look in your direction and tell me if I go wrong.
What percentage of those, once you've finished the restoration and you move into that, what percentage of those beds are going to be private rooms with one bed versus multiple people in one room?
That's a Mr. Hathaway question. Can you come up here for us, Wayne?
So right now, the Center for Medicaid, Medicare Services has put in their code that the 4-bed wards, the 3-bed wards will all be reduced to semi-private. So
Which
that
is two?
Which is two, or privates. That is one of the driving factors. Some of the beds were out of use after COVID. As you know, that facility suffered greatly, so they went ahead, the state went ahead and enforced that code and dropped all of the patient rooms to the semi-privates. And
So semi-private is a term of art, right? So 2 beds per room are allowed. What about 1 bed? You can have
yeah,
a
you can
private
have as
room.
many privates as you want.
When you guys finish the restoration and move into there, what's the plan for single private versus semi-private, which is basically one bed versus 2?
We'll probably have around 20% private.
Okay.
So one of the reasons too for the footprint of the other building still is, in the next code iteration for the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, due to the COVID era, they're still moving forward on bed reduction in patient rooms, which means the next iteration for any facility coming into use now will be 90% privates and 10% semi-privates. So when they make that move, that's one of the main reasons for them looking at the new building in the footprint that we're presenting is you may see again here in the very near future the actual code change with CMS to make it a requirement that existing facilities go to the new standard of 90% private and 10% semi. So you'll need to have another building in order to keep 329 beds.
But that's not in place yet, you're saying?
No, the semi-private, the private rule will come into play January 1st.
So anything new would have to be 90% private?
Correct.
The question is, without having to do the additional floors and buildings, what capacity would you be at?
Without the addition,
Without the additional floors, right, it's two, you're gonna add the third floor on these buildings, and then you're gonna kind of steer into the empty lot. If you couldn't do that, what would be the number of beds you would have?
we're licensed for
Yeah,
329,
but
that would be
You
it.
can't fit it in there,
Yeah,
the way the code is, or the way it's being mandated, what you said.
the way it's being mandated, no,
You
that's,
would not be able to, in that capacity, you would have to add.
But I believe it's being mandated for new
new
construction
buildings
of
right now.
nursing homes, right?
So right now, you could keep the 329 in that building the way they are now,
With the Kellogg building.
the Kellogg building.
Once the Kellogg building's complete, the Kellogg building will provide 119 beds. So we've displaced 119 residents at this point.
So just to be clear, once the Kellogg building is restored, then you would be, if no other buildings were built, if you just restored the historic portion, then 329 is what you're licensed to, and with 20% being private, so 20% being single bed, and then the other 80% being two bed, and you're allowed to have that going forward, correct?
Correct, until, again, CMS has the right, because they're where the funding comes from. When they change in the federal code, we have to comply. It's like we're going from quads and trips down to semi-private, because basically it's the code.
So you're saying the code can change and make you have to go to a high percentage of private rooms, of single bed rooms?
Correct.
Saying it's what you're doing your property.
Yeah, that's why those quads that are in Fairhaven right now, that was mandated.
After code.
Yeah.
Okay. But you're saying that what's coming is that they can continue to restrict it so that you have to go down to a higher percentage of single bed private rooms?
Yes, it'll be effective for new facilities.
For new, but I'm
And
talking about
then-
existing.
Yeah.
Forget the new.
Yeah.
Right now, once
Right
the
now.
Kellogg building is restored, you're licensed for 329. So obviously, right now, you can't be at capacity because you don't have all of the room.
Correct.
Right? So once you open that up, your capacity that you're licensed for is 329. You're
Correct.
saying that what is coming, your sense is that what is coming is that they will continue to restrict it so that you will have to displace people again because you're not going to be in compliance? If you stay,
At some point in the future.
do you guys have any questions of them before we open it up for discussion?
I do. So it's my understanding from what you were just saying that the first thing you're gonna do is the restoration.
Correct.
Okay. When does the buffers, when is that gonna come in, the parking and the drainage?
That'll come in as phase two on that rebuild of the Kellogg wing. So we're already submitted to the Agency for Healthcare Administration to start the rebuilding of Fairhavens. So the first phase on the north side of that building has, as far as the structural work, the Agency for Healthcare Administration's approved that already.
just to be clear on the parking issue, as designed without the overflow parking that's in question, you guys, it's in compliance with the 329 that's proposed? Like that's existing?
Yes, that's 165.
Any other questions for them before we open it up to discussion? And then obviously, as part of our discussion, we can call them up to answer any questions that come up organically.
I'm just a little perplexed on the mandates by the state. So you're saying that on existing buildings all over this state of Florida, when this new mandate comes in, they are required to change to their mandate. Whether they don't have the capacity to do it, they're gonna close shop, basically, right? Because if you don't have anywhere means, we don't have the extra land, you don't even have the way to do it, because the property, the way it's set now, they're gonna be forced to close the operation.
Yes, we're required under the Florida Building Code to follow the Facility Guideline Institute's code. So right now, where that code sets is that the quads and the trips have to be reduced to semi-privates. So that's where it's at right now.
But that takes effect in January.
That's in
So that's
effect
been
now.
determined.
That code is in effect.
But what you're saying about what may happen in the future, that's speculation because it hasn't happened.
So the Center for Medicaid, Medicare, January 1st, they're trying to bring into, through the Federal Register, right? It's in there now. So they are proposing, and will probably get it, is that any new construction will be 90% private and 10% semi-private. So their push is they're pushing to try and get everything down to privates, which they say is better prevention for if we have another outbreak like we did with COVID.
The assumption is that they're mandating that as of the first new construction has to comply with the 90% private. The reason they are doing that with new construction is that it would put people out of business if they all of a sudden across the board said everybody has to have 90% private.
Correct.
Right.
Because they're still now cleaning up quads and trips.
I get that.
So it's been tough.
All right, but your operation, sorry, through the chair, your operation, technically, the way it's now mandated, the way they are right now with the building, obviously restoring it, the buildings with the two-story buildings, everything that is physically there, except obviously remodeling it and putting it up to date and up to modern facility, could stay the same at 329.
Correct.
So to me, is that other extra lot that we have in a single family, right? You talk about the future, but why would you even consider the future if the future is it's not really affecting you right now? So you're talking about more intense, number of rooms and so forth, that you might need that. That means that you could come back, because you have that lot, you can come back and ask for more, correct? Is that the reason you want to have it there?
We wouldn't be asking for more beds. We'd be, when the code changes to privates, we would have to have some place to build the extra rooms.
Well, only if you add a new building.
For new construction.
Right, new construction. But if it stays the same, you're complying.
Correct.
Any other questions for them right now? We can open it up for discussion. All right, stand by. I'm sure you may get called up again. Here, I'll kind of kick it off. I'll kind of rank order things. As far as I'm concerned, you guys know me. Anytime you talk about converting single-family residential in Miami Springs. It's part of the character of our city. It's what makes our city what it is. It also has its drawbacks, right? Because we're very residential in this city. But anything that discusses changing single-family residential and making it multifamily, or making it office, or making it any other use that's more density than single-family residential, I'm a hard no on that. That's part of, we discussed that as part of Southeast Springs. So it should come to no surprise that that's where I stand on that. So that's a big thing for me. So obviously, it feels like the two big, and also, we've been talking about the property, but it is 7 different folios, right? So it is 7 different properties. I know that initially when we had the discussion about this, it was about a misalignment between the future land use map and the zoning map, right? The future land use map is based, correct me if I'm wrong, it's based on the comprehensive plan of the city, right? So that, the future land use map is about the vision that the city had for the future. The problem is that the zoning map is different from that, and you shouldn't, typically you would want your zoning map to match what the future land use map is, because that's what's based on the comprehensive plan, which is what the city has as the vision for what they want. So the future land use map has all the single family, the 5 single family lots that are across from Raynette, and not contiguous to the existing building, which I think is an important point. All of those are zoned for single family, and they're single family in the future land use map. That was part of what the vision was in the comprehensive plan, is that remains single family. So as far as I'm concerned, yes.
I'm sorry,
Sylvia, can you go up to the...
Sure.
just to make sure that I understood what you're saying. Did you say that all of the lots are single-family?
No, the lots across from
Flume.
Raynette, the 5 that are zoned
Yeah.
for single family.
They're zoned for single-family, but they're not designated single-family in the flume.
What are they designated as?
There's only 2 parcels that are designated residential in the flume. They are parcels 5 and 6. They're the ones that faced onto, I don't know if I have the map. Right. The 2 parcels that are on Raynette, the southernmost parcels, those are the only 2 that are designated residential. The others, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7, are medical residential. I just wanted to make sure those are already medical residential.
Right.
So they're
So
not.
which ones are medical residential?
Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Those are the ones, all right. Oh, there we go. All right.
Can you go up there and point for us? You could take the mic with you.
Sure. All right. So actually, I'm going to go to this map. I actually think I have the flume somewhere here. So I'm going to show you. Well, maybe not. Did I pass it? Okay, here we are. So today, in the flume, these 5 parcels are already designated medical residential. So the only 2 that are designated residential are 5 and 6, these 2 that face onto Morningside. But these are not residential in your flume.
Give us a history lesson. How or when, if to the best of your knowledge, did the decision to do that on the flume come about?
I do not have
How
any
long has it
knowledge
been
of the
in place?
history. I
You
have to
have
go
a
back
sense?
and check that information for you, but I do not know off the top of my head.
Okay.
So this is what the flume shows today. This is what they are proposing, right? Redesignating these two to the same as the rest of the campus. And we go back to the zoning, and these two are multifamily. These 5 are designated, all the parcels, in other words, that are west of Renette. These 4 have a future land use map designation that is not consistent with the zoning.
So, okay, so if you, and I'm sorry, because I can't ask you off the top of your head to tell us the history of how that got zoned, how that was made that way in the future land use map. But what is the process? The comprehensive plan was created by who, and how does that trigger changes to the future land use map so that those two things are aligned?
I'm assuming that the comprehensive plan for the city of Miami Springs was first drafted in the 80s, which is when the Growth Management Act was established in the state of Florida, that mandated that every community had to prepare a comprehensive plan. That probably was the first time. I have not been able to locate the originals going all the way back. There may be something in the files that Eric and I can dig through to go back and see whether the maps are there that show the evolution. At this point, I do not have that history. So when we were looking at the update of this comprehensive plan, the evaluation and appraisal review that we did last year, which is mandated every 7 years, you have to, as a community, review your comprehensive plan and determine whether you are making changes, right? So
So
the last
at most,
time,
7 years ago, it was,
last year we did one such assessment, and then probably 7 years before that, actually it wasn't 7 years before. 7 years before, the city had to do one, but it wasn't really done until 2022. So it was very, very much behind schedule. And actually, I remember this because when I first started working at this company, one of the first things that I did was come and talk to your then planner about updating the plan at that time when it was due. So, that process is supposed to happen every 7 years. The last time that we did was in 2024. Before that, probably 2022, which was, again, off schedule.
so at some point, a sitting council decided that those 4 parcels should be, at some point, they
Purple,
decided it should be
essentially, yes.
purple, which is medical, and the
Correct.
zoning was never changed.
The zoning apparently was never changed. It is possible, I know that somebody was asking me about the acquisition, and maybe, the applicant's team has more of that information than I do, like the acquisition history of those properties. When were they purchased by Fair Havens? That may have, to do, I think maybe it was you, counsel?
I think I asked.
You
during
asked,
our brief.
that's right. I do not have the history of when that real estate changed hands, but maybe it was at that point,
So let me ask you a question. What the applicant is proposing is that the zoning in those 4 purple ones across from Raynette
Right,
be changed to match the flume,
essentially.
and that the 2 southernmost ones, 5 and 6, that they
That they be also changed
right,
to
that
be
the zoning
consistent
match,
with the rest of the
Right,
of the
match.
land use designation and the
which
zoning.
means that we would have to change the flume to match the zoning change
Well,
in 5 and 6.
right now, you
If-
are being asked to change the designation of those 2 parcels to purple, right?
Right.
Of these 2 parcels to purple, and then to essentially change the zoning of all 7 parcels to what the closest, that's been the proposal, to change it to the closest zoning that allows the use that is consistent with the future land use designation, which is 01. The same goal would be accomplished by creating a new district that is specific to that particular use.
So then, just to be clear, sorry to
No
kind of be
problem.
redundant, but I'm talking about everything to the west of Raynette, right?
Yes.
Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
And 5.
Not talking about 6 right now.
Right.
In 1 through 5, in some instances, the applicant's request would require, if approved, would require us to change the zoning map to match the future land use map that
Right.
was sent in the past by, as part of the comprehensive plan, what the
Right.
vision was for the future. But in some of those, 5, for instance, if approved, what the applicant is proposing,
Yes.
we would have to then change the flume to match it. It's the opposite, right?
They are asking, the sequence of what is being asked is to first change the flume, which you already reviewed in November on first reading, right? So this request going from yellow to purple, you reviewed it in November, it would come back on first reading together with the other applications. So essentially, what you would be doing if you went along forward on this course would be to essentially align the rezoning request to the action that you will be taking on the flume. If you don't take that action, then you still would have to figure out a way to maintain some consistency. Or you could leave it like this, obviously, but
Right.
It's not ideal.
Right. But the point is that, so it's
Yeah.
a hierarchy, right? The
It's a
comprehensive
hierarchy.
plan,
First, the comp
future
plan,
land use map,
future land use map,
and then the zoning.
and then
map,
the zoning,
Right?
yes.
So it can go both ways. You could say,
Yes, but it's preferable to go from future land use map. Like the zoning implements the future land use map.
I get that,
Yeah.
unless a council were to disagree with what the vision is, right? Like someone decided that parcel 5, or sorry, that 1 through 4 should not be single family, which is what it's zoned for in the zoning map, and that that our vision would be that all be medical residential, right?
Right.
Okay, but we could disagree with that. We could
You could.
change that
Mhm.
and say, hey, what we want on that side of Raynette is single family.
You could amend the future land use map, yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Once again, whether it's single family, because as a consequence of the comprehensive plan down,
Right.
and it's just, or whether it's just the zoning map is wrong because what we wanted something different. Right now, those are all 1 through 5 are all zoned.
Correct.
No, that's below flume and comprehensive plan. Those are all zoned for single family.
That is correct,
Okay.
yes.
As a point of preference, I am always in favor of protecting single family. I feel like it would be counterproductive. I feel like, you may not like a little later, but yeah, I feel that part of the character of Miami Springs is that we have a lot of single family residential. It's that we live in Miami-Dade County where you can't find single family residential. So I think that I am always going to be against turning anything single family, whether by design from the comprehensive plan down by the powers that be before, or whether by mistake. If something is zoned single family residential, I'm always going to want to preserve that because there's only so much single family residential in this town, right? Even in the greater Miami-Dade. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that for myself and for everybody, that right now it's zoned for single family. Some of it is in alignment with the flume and the comprehensive plan, some of it is not.
Yeah.
Right, just one, right,
Just one is
but
in alignment.
it's, right, so because I think that my mistake, right, I misunderstood that well, this is something that should be fixed because it doesn't match with the future land use map, but the future land use map can work in reverse. They can be changed if you feel like you have
Right.
if you feel like what you want there is single family, you
Right.
could change the future land use map, and then you wouldn't have to change the zoning.
Right. I mean, you can. I mean, I think as a planner, I have a little bit of a reaction because I always want the vision to come first and the
Right.
zoning to implement
But sometimes the
it,
vision could be
right?
wrong. Or you could disagree about
There's
the
no
vision.
right or wrong vision, right? There's no right or wrong
Right,
vision.
in my opinion, it's not
right?
wrong as like
It's-
against the rules.
It's simply,
but-
you know, it's just a different
Right.
perspective.
But we're not bound by the decision made by the people who decided.
No, of course not.
Okay, all right. So I did want to bring that up. Sure.
I think like Councilman Mayor Fayette was mentioning, to me, as a property owner who purchases a land based on their zoning, to me, it should not change. Absolutely not.
What should not?
The zoning.
The zoning.
If I purchase behind a single-family lot, I expect it to stay as single-family. So to me, I definitely draw the line on all those lots. Now, in reference to the rest of it, you do have to be a little bit aware of your surroundings. You buy in front of an empty lot. You gotta do your homework.
Privately owned.
Privately owned. You gotta do your homework. We cannot just take rights off of property owners. Nobody would want that. If you own a 4-unit building, I can't tell you tomorrow that I really only want to see that a single-family unit. You purchase that way. So when there's empty lots, I tell you because I live behind All Angels Episcopal Church. Used to be a small school. My kids started there before they went to Blessed Trinity. And now is a Catholic school that is very active, has a lot of more field trips. But George Santine and Elizabeth Santine purchased behind a school and a church. I can't expect it to be different and now all be single-family houses. I purchased behind that. So yes, I am against changing a zoning when you expect some zoning to stay in place. So in reference to those 5 lots, definitely should stay single-family. In reference to the other one, we have to see about it because it is a multi-family lot. You want to see an apartment building there on itself?
Well, so's the main campus. 7 is
So is the
also
main campus.
zoned multifamily. Right?
No, the 5,
Six,
no.
no.
it's
6 and
not.
7 are
That's
both
a
zoned
That's
multifamily.
misinformation.
No, sir, 6 is multifamily.
That's where the information is being out there thrown to everybody.
6 and 7 are zoned multifamily.
Sylvia, if I may, Sylvia, I'm moving. I think what they're referring to is that in the flume.
In the flume, the
flume
flume is,
there.
yes, but that's not the zoning. That's not the zoning.
That's
What we're
what
talking
it
about
is.
is the
Current zoning.
So that's what it should be.
Yeah, but current zoning, the person who, doesn't matter if it was them or anybody else, if you purchase based on current zoning, it's, carpet shouldn't be, taken off your feet.
Just to be clear with everybody, right now, today, nothing else happening. They are currently a non-conforming use.
Correct.
Because it is not zoned for medical residential right now. It's zoned, the big one, the 7, the existing big, that is
That's correct.
a non-conforming use
It
having,
is a
going back to
non-conforming,
decades.
it's a non-conforming use in multifamily residential
it's supposed to be
because multifamily residential does not allow that
Right.
use.
Right. And that's common, as the councilman said, right? Sometimes, or
I don't want to say
not
that it is
uncommon.
common because, again, I haven't seen the zoning specific to those
Sure.
facilities to see whether the use is permitted in those zoning districts or there's a different provision in those cities that say, hey, nursing homes are allowed anywhere. Just like, for example,
Sure.
schools are allowed in almost any district in
Right.
this city, right? There's, well, not in the city, but in other cities, there's no specific zoning that says this is for schools. It says that zoning allows schools to go in any district.
Right.
So, I don't want to say that without
Right.
really knowing what I'm
But
talking about.
non-conforming uses are not rare, right? I mean, that happens
It
just
happens,
in
of
general,
course, yeah.
right? And particularly when you're talking about a property that goes back to the 1920s.
100 years.
Right,
Yeah.
it's 100 years old. But currently, as it stands, with nothing else changing, the existing Fairhavens in 7 is a non-conforming use because it's not zoned for.
That's correct.
It's just
Yep.
allowed because it's a non-conforming use, because it's been around
Any
for 100 years.
non-conforming use or structure is allowed to exist, continue to exist, as long as there's
It
no
doesn't change.
substantial change.
Right.
expansion.
Okay. So I think that it's important because some people spoke out, right? 6 and 7. So the current Fairhaven's property and 7, which is the empty lot to the south, which is right on Morningside. Both of those are zoned for multifamily.
Correct.
Okay. So that means that if the company decided, hey, you know what, this isn't gonna work out, we're gonna sell 6, and if they sell 6 to somebody, they could make an apartment building there. Because it's zoned, and then it would actually be, well, it would have to be, right? Because it can't be non-conforming because it would be a new development.
Correct. It
But-
would have to be one of the permitted uses, which is single-family or multifamily or hotels or guest houses, tourist
Right.
homes, et cetera.
Okay. So as much as I'm in favor of preserving single family, just telling you my preference, I would rather not have an apartment building in 6, right? Or I would rather, they decide, you know what, forget this and sell 7 and just, and make it all a huge, apartment complex. I mean, I would prefer any development going into 6 not be a multifamily apartment. I would rather not have that there, just my preference. And my preference is that 1 through 5 remain zoned single family.
So
Maybe I'm wrong.
What
but
you're,
I'm just-
what you're talking about is consistent with the recommendation of the board, by the
Right.
way.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so, and just to reiterate what you just said, that was the recommendation of the zoning and planning board.
The zoning and planning board recommended to you that only 6 and 7 be rezoned to the new zoning district that would be medical residential or O1B or whatever name you give it, and that 1 through 5 stay as they are today, essentially.
All right. I mean, listen, I have to, here, I'll give this a personal touch. My grandmother, who passed many, many years ago, but she was in a quad, or, no, she was in a 2-bed room at Fairhavens. She spent 4 years on a feeding tube. If anybody ever tells you put your family member on a feeding tube, tell them to go to hell. So she was in a bad state, and it was a nightmare having her in a room, right? And I wish I didn't have experience currently about dealing with parents who I'm having to put into assisted living and memory care and everything that's happened. I also have got to say, I would love to have my mom, in Miami Springs, rather than where I've had to move her recently, right? And I can tell you that, we're in a position that we want her to be comfortable, but like private beds, having a room where there's just one person, so you don't have another person in a quasi-vegetative state is, like making noises and screaming and it was a nightmare what we went through with my grandmother there, right? I can also tell you that the previous owners of that property had like a huge Medicaid and Medicare fraud thing, and they had to go. And if I'm correct, this company purchased in December of 2000. Now, I understand what people said, right? Kathleen Fleischman came up here and said, hey, you guys knew what you were buying in terms of the zoning map when you bought it. But I know that when they bought in 2019, in December of 2019, if I saw that on miami-dade.gov, that means that 3 months into their owning the property, COVID happened. And then that was another nightmare. And then because of COVID, obviously regulations have changed, saying like, hey, you got to have more of a percentage. I got to be honest with you, having gone through this, it's more expensive to have your loved ones in a private room, right? It costs more, but it's obviously better. So I understand their need to comply. I also, because look, when COVID happened, that caught them and everything that was happening, I know that many people felt like, God, I wish somebody would invest in this place so that it was actually nice, right? Because it was really dilapidated. So I appreciate that they're trying to make it nice. I think that them wanting to have room to have more of a percentage of private rooms, of single family, that's what makes a place like this nicer, right? I mean, I have my mom now in a place that's a private, right? So, I mean, I get that part of it. And as I mentioned before, I think the fact that 6 and 7 are contiguous, that's a whole different thing. Not only is 6 multifamily, along with 7, which is a non-conforming use, so I'm treating this as two different things. As far as I'm concerned, you guys can chime in. I don't want, but 1 through 5, I feel like I don't feel like we should be changing the zoning away from single-family residential because that's something that should be preserved. But 6 is multifamily, and obviously they can't build anything new except an apartment, right? Or if they were to go out of it, maybe they sell 6 and 7 and, you know, and then make a giant apartment complex. But 6, the only thing that can be done there by zoning would be multifamily. I don't think that that's, I don't know, I don't think that I would, if I was living on Mount Vincent, you live there, I don't think that I would want a 20-unit apartment building right there. I understand the concerns. I understand the concerns about buffering and where they're going to have parking and where they're going to come in through there. So, I don't know. I'm not making a decision or trying to sway anything. I'm just thinking out loud in terms of my preferences. I think that 1 through 5, I would prefer that it be preserved as single family. 6, which is multifamily. If we, you know, if we force their hand and they can't add to be able to have more private rooms to try to make it nice. I mean, again, I don't know these guys, so I'm assuming what they want is to invest in this place. I mean, they have gone above and beyond to, you know, go work with the Historic Preservation Board to try to make it because it is a locally designated historic space. But if we keep 6 as multifamily, they're not in the multifamily business. They could, in essence, sell it, and somebody will come in there and make a 3-story, 20-unit apartment building. And so I just think that's something that needs to be considered for 6.
20
right?
units per acre.
Huh?
20 units per acre.
20, but that's about an acre, right? 6? Less?
No, maybe a little more than that.
Maybe a little more than that.
Yeah.
So 20 units an acre is what's allowed. So let's just say 20. I understand what you guys are telling me. That I live on the east side. I understand what you're saying. You're living across. I also understand what Councilman Santin is saying, right? Like, if you bought a house in front of a nursing home and they have an empty lot, it's a privately owned business. They can develop it. Now, we can allow them to develop it to expand their nursing home, or we can force their hand to sell it, and then somebody's going to come in and they'll make whatever they want that will be multifamily, if that's what we clutch onto with 6. Right?
Through the chair.
Sure.
So, we had a magic wand, right? And we wanted to preserve the green spaces in those areas, because I can't, like 1 and 2, what kind of house could you build there? Okay, kind of.
You could not. Those two, actually, the number 1, number 2, number 3 are severely undersized for the minimum lot size requirement, which in this zoning district, which is R1B, is 7,500 square feet. These are 2,500 square feet.
If you assembled 1 and 2, could you make one single-family residential?
So
The only way that you could build a home there is if you, as a property owner, pursued a variance, which it still would make it. It probably would have to be a variance from the lot size, a variance from the setbacks, a variance from the lot coverage, a variance from the minimum pervious area, because it's barely going to give you 5,000 square feet.
So what I've been reading is past owners, and this property has been through several owners over the decades. They have refused to sell that to the owners that have lived around that little corner there. I live on Curtis and Morningside, so I've seen over the years what's been happening. Is there a way that with their proposal that we could create a zone? And if we had the power to do so, can we create a zoning that codifies the green space? Let's not talk about the park. That's the controversial part. But
You have a zoning district that is sort of, intended for that, which is your public use, public P1, which encompasses obviously City Hall and some of these other facilities, but also parks, right? So that's one zoning that you would, of course, these are privately owned, and the remedy that they have suggested is the restricted covenant. If it's kept in private ownership, the restricted covenant, and Roger can speak to the power of that.
Right, because that's a word that I have to admit I haven't heard before since before the planning and zoning meeting. And just so everyone knows, I've been going to every relevant meeting, including historic preservation, that they've done a phenomenal job having conversations with the owners about the that 100-year-old structure that is in need of repair. Plus, I remember when they first sent a letter to all the residents in the neighborhood, they had proposals. We all went, the neighbors that were there, we went to the Fair Havens and we saw their plans. It was exciting to see what they were proposing to do. I really thought even back then, before I was elected to council, that here's a party that's willing to improve. A lot of it's a dump, honestly. I drive by there. There's garbage there. There's cars parked all haphazardly everywhere in those lots. There's flooding. They've admitted there's flooding. Okay? The residents of Morningside have parked their cars on that lot 6. I've seen it. Or their visitors have parked there. So it's a mess. So can we fix this mess and have it a winnable for both parties, for residents, for the city, and for the owners? That's what I want to get, respecting the mayor's, how you protect single family, but does it make sense? Can we just do something above and beyond single family to just codify what they're proposing?
Well, again, you are not reviewing the site plan proposal tonight, but as part of that proposal, the applicant has proffered this restricted covenant, which they are proposing to cover parcels 1 and 2 and parcel 5. So, I'm going to let Mr. Penn speak more to that, but Roger can also speak to the weight of the restricted covenant, which is, from everything that he's been emphasizing in your briefings as well, more weighty than actually the zoning decision. And I'm going to let him speak to why.
So, as I've mentioned to all of you individually in your briefings, I think there's a little bit of confusion as to what a covenant does. A covenant is a restriction on land that actually runs with the land. So that means that the restrictions travel not only with this property owner that is currently applying for a rezoning and a site plan, but future property owners. There's some notion that just a simple creation of a zoning district could really pare back the development rights on the properties, and that is certainly true. If that were to happen, that it can happen, and the covenant can do that just as well. We've reviewed a draft that the applicant's council has provided us, and it does seem to limit the uses of parcels 1, 2, and 5, specifically to sort of passive open space areas, and those would be effective. The one advantage I will say to all of you of a covenant versus a legislative zoning change is that a covenant is a contractual obligation and cannot be impaired, for example, by the state legislature or by, let's say, the county or even the city council when it comes to just the legislative aspect. An example of legislation that you have seen in the past that actually reduces local zoning authority is just the typical preemption that Tallahassee frequently engages in. I cannot guess or venture what type of legislation could obviously affect these type of properties for these particular types of uses, but a covenant cannot be impaired, whereas local
So it would
land use-
preempt future preemption?
I wouldn't say in every single case, There may be some super overarching public purpose, but generally speaking, a covenant cannot be undone by the legislature once it's already in place.
Chair, but the change of the zoning, even with the covenant, does it affect the single-family lots that are already there, property value? Just how does it affect it?
So changing the zoning regulations that govern those properties obviously will change what can be done there. But like I said, that doesn't mean that the legislature or other entities that have preemptive powers over the city couldn't do that. If a covenant is in place, that does reduce that risk.
So it does affect the properties around it that are already occupied?
I'm sorry, are you talking about the neighboring properties not owned by the
The
applicant?
restricted covenant restricts what can happen on that
On
property.
that property, but how does that affect the properties around it?
It does not affect the uses or the zoning, current or future, of those properties.
The covenant will only affect those properties where the covenant is recorded.
Right.
And the applicant's counsel and the applicant have proffered a covenant governing parcels 1, 2, and 5. Correct me if I'm wrong.
So this is,
that would not affect any neighboring single-family properties,
No affect that?
just the ones that they're proffering the covenant for.
So I just wanted to say, add to that, so this is regardless of zoning, if that restricted covenant were to be put in place, it would restrict what can happen on those 3 parcels. Period.
Does the zoning have to reflect that? Because like
No.
single family allows for construction, but if we were to,
If
they
you,
have no intention of building on it.
if
can
you
we
keep the
reflect-
zoning, if you keep today's zoning in place, single family, and you require them to put a restricted covenant on, then those lots could not be built for single family.
But in the future, something may be built on it because it's still single family.
No.
But the covenant.
Unless you,
Not to do with
unless you undo the,
The council does it.
Through the chair.
Sure.
So I'm just a big believer in maintaining property values for all parties. When they bought the commercial lots, 6 and 7, they're already commercials. I mean, they're zoned multifamily, but by code, anything more than 4 units is considered commercial. So that's the value in that land. So I see it as a right to keep 6 as developable as part of the overall home. Parcels 1, 2, 3, and 5 are remnants, so they're really useless. You can't build anything on them anyways.
But you could assemble 3 and 4, which was
Yeah, but the setbacks would not allow you to
the
build
plan.
anything.
But what they wanted to do was, I mean, they showed it, they wanted to assemble 3 and 4 and make that an overflow parking lot. But they
I would
but
just,
we would have to-
I would like to remind everyone, something that you can't really see here, I don't know if Mr. Penn emphasized that when they were showing the site plans, we haven't shown the site plan, but there's an alley behind those 2 properties that separates
No, he
3 and
showed it.
4 from the properties.
He showed it.
Okay.
Yeah, but, so, when I bought my first house in Alpha Swan Avenue, right in front of the pool, it's now the Aquatic Center, there was a big parking lot there, remember, for the rec, which made it seemed like a good idea for parties and having parking, but then it was just a nightmare because people hung out there all the time. It just, kids would hang out, my cars would get vandalized, so it's not a good thing. So I just don't see it as right to allow parking lot when the people on the other side, the other residents, they bought it thinking it was residential on the back. And now to allow a parking lot to devalue their property just doesn't seem right. It's not what they signed up for. To George's point, you know what you're getting into, and these guys didn't know they were getting into this. And 6 becoming, so.
When you said these guys didn't know they were getting into this, it was zoned for single family.
I think he means the
No, the
residents.
Oh, the
residents.
the abutting residents.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
They believe they're buying residential, buying residential.
Which,
through the chair.
Whether or not to change it.
So what if the covenant is only good for those lots, right? So what now, other lots around it? What happens to the covenant? Because I get one entrance into the,
Like, you mean if they bought the rest of the lot?
Yeah.
Will apply to those parcel properties that the property support. So those are just apply to any parcel that they acquire after they don't record it.
Take the mic with you.
It's okay, I'm gonna do it for
Have a seat. So I think, again, I'm very experienced this, right? And I know that, things online, and, I know that, there's some reporting things online. The one thing, from my vantage point, that I felt I had a problem with, and I was in order, right, was changing single family to, the reason we brought up the covenant is that I was under the impression, I don't know if you were
Penn put it, it's a bespoke set of regulations, right? So they're established, we don't have open space, we don't have lot coverage, we don't have parking. And those standards are being established through the process that they are on. So by putting all the properties in the same zoning, the same regulations apply to all of them. They can take it as a single unified property that is, instead of being 4 acres, it's 6 acres. So the percentage of open space is based on 6 acres, not 4 acres. But they are customizing those standards to them. So, and in their proposal, they're actually offering more open space than the minimum that is being proposed, and less lot coverage than the minimum, the maximum that they're proposing. But that is a benefit to the cohesive planning of the campus, I would say. But, you know, we are in sort of a unique situation because the regulations are being crafted as part of the process.
I guess my broader point is that that is evidence of them coming to the table for compromise, right? Because it would have been very beneficial for them to be able to zone all of these folios under one zoning district, because then, you know, it would help. But they're willing to move on without it, because we've expressed our preference for not converting single family, which basically means that it's going to just remain the way it is, unless, and there's only 3 and 4 are the only 2 that you might be able to assemble and put a single family home there, right? So the point is, they are, with the things that Roger was saying, right? If we do a special zoning district so that it's just nursing home, and if they move off of the preference of having lots 3 and 4 turned into a parking lot, I feel like that's a significant compromise on their end, right? Because then what we would be doing is just getting 6 and 7, the existing building, and the lot to the south of it, and putting it under that new zoning district so that they can expand. And it would actually be a little more limited because they don't get the additional lot coverage from having those other lots. I feel like that's a compromise on the part of the applicants. I think that that's important for us to, I think that the zoning and planning board recommended these things. I feel like it, you know, we protect the things that we have a strong preference for. I feel like they are willing to compromise. It seems to me, and if you ask me, I'd much rather that lot to the south be zoned for a nursing home rather than forcing them to keep it as multifamily, because then they could just sell it and they could build a 20-unit apartment there. Like, to me, if I'm just being selfish and just what my preference is, I feel like that's it.
I don't think we'd want that.
Yeah, no, I would not want that, right? So, that being said, would somebody like to motion that we defer the existing text amendment, that we take on the zoning and planning recommendations and create a new zoning district and work with them so that the new zoning district would be just for 6 and 7, and it would be just for nursing home, and then we defer the rezoning item that we had.
Right. So just to repeat, you had it almost
Yeah,
perfect,
no,
actually.
I got you.
It's awesome. My arcane scribbles here, right?
Say precisely so they could just say so moved, and then that way we don't have to repeat the
So the
tongue
first
twister.
one would be on the item E, which is the text amendment, and that would be a motion to defer the item to the next council meeting, which will be occurring here at the community center at 7 p.m. Accepting the Planning and Zoning Board's recommendation for the creation of that new zoning district, 01A, or whatever it might be, to enact there, to allow only nursing convalescent use, and for directing staff to work with the applicant to create those recommendations, that text amendment.
I'd like to set a motion.
Just say so moved.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion. So do we have a second?
I second the motion.
Okay, we have a first and second. Any other discussion before we try to see if we can land this plane, at least for tonight, because nothing's really going to get finalized tonight, so there'll be plenty of opportunity to get more feedback. But
This is
I
just,
like
this is
to
just a
say,
long
that was very well articulated, Mayor. Thank you very much for
Okay.
putting all that together.
Right, Mayor, this is just one small step in a very large
Yeah.
process.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a first and a second. No further discussion? Call the vote.
Vice Mayor Dion,
Yes.
Councilman Santeen,
Yes.
Councilman Lamas,
Yes.
Councilman Perez Crespo.
Yes.
Mayor Fahed.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-0.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Appreciate your patience, everyone.
Thank you.
the second item would be on item 9F, and that would be a motion to defer item 9F to the January 12th meeting that will be happening here at the Community Center at 7 p.m. And accepting the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board to rezone properties 6 and 7 to the new zoning district to be created, and obviously directing staff to work with the applicant in achieving that.
Set the motion to move.
So moved.
Second.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right.
I'll second.
All right, let's call the vote on that.
Vice Mayor Dion,
Yes.
Councilman Santeen,
Yes.
Councilman Lamas,
Yes.
Councilman Perez Crespo.
Yes.
Mayor Fahed.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you again. We'll see you next month.
Sorry, that's his name. Okay, yeah, can we take a very brief break before we get to the variances? You guys okay with that?
How long is it?
Okay.
I don't know if you saw me, I was looking at it.
Guys, as of 11 o'clock, we have to vote every like 15 minutes to extend. So it being 10:15, I'd like to get us back and moving and see the variances that are on the agenda. Of course, of course. I'm going to assume this one's mine, right? We got everybody back? I think we got everyone back. Everyone on the council. And relevant staff. We're going to C and D now?
Yes.
Okay, and are they here from D as well? Right. Okay, all right. Okay, so moving back to public hearings, we have C.
A resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Miami Springs, Florida, affirming a recommendation of the city's Board of Adjustment to approve with conditions a variance application by Loretta S. Dunn Moorhead for the properties located at 1101 and 1121 Quail Avenue. Property folio number 05301303700070 and 053013037080 to permit a 15-foot front yard setback where a 30-foot front yard setback is required, and 2, a 7.5-foot rear yard setback where a 25-foot rear yard setback is required, providing for conditions, providing for final order, providing for violations, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just very quickly. Today, you're going to be considering two variances, obviously, on 1101 and 1121 Quail Avenue and on 1240 Falcon Avenue. In both of those variance items, the staff is recommending denial, but the Board of Adjustment recommended approval with conditions. I'm pointing this out because under our code, the council has two options today. It can either affirm the recommendation of the Board of Adjustments, which again, for both variance applications was approval with certain conditions, or you can request a new de novo hearing on the variance to be scheduled at a future date with the council sitting on both variances. So I just want to put that out there so that you understand procedurally how these variances can proceed.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, now he's kind of, gotten ahead of me with the new one here, but that's okay. I'll go forward really, really quick. On this particular, in this particular case, which is pertaining 1101 and 1121, is that correct? Yes. Quail Avenue. These are two adjoining but separate single-family residential lots. 1101 is a corner lot, and each one of these lots has an existing home on it. The lots front on Quail Avenue today. That's the front of the lot. That's where the front setback applies. And the applicant is proposing to take both of those houses and substantially demolishing them. In the case of 1121, completely. In the case of 1101, what would qualify as a partial demolition, but essentially is just keeping one wall. And combining the two lots into a new lot and building essentially a new house, but for that one wall. By combining the two lots, this creates a new lot that, according to our code, now is going to front on Hammond Avenue, because our code says that the front yard is on the narrowest frontage, right? And in this case, the narrowest frontage is going to be the one on Hammond. So essentially, we're kind of flipping the lot, and the setback requirements of this zoning district, which before applied on these two lots fronting on Quail, now it's going to apply on this one lot fronting on Hammond. So for the new house, that they're proposing. The front setback, which would be on Quail, I'm sorry, I guess I am going to take your advice, Mayor. I'm sorry, it would be on Hammond, on this side. The code requires a 30-foot setback, but because they're keeping this one wall, which is at 15 feet, they are asking for a variance to encroach 10 feet into that, 15 feet into that front yard setback. And on the opposite side, which would be the rear setback, today, the existing home that is being demolished has a 9-foot setback, 9.5-foot setback. They are asking to build the new house to a 7.5-foot setback, so where the code requires 25. So that's a significant reduction of the setback. Those are the two variances that are being proposed. They are asking for the front yard setback variance on the basis of personal reasons. There's a sentimental significance to the house on the corner, which was the applicant's mother's house, and they're keeping that one wall sort of in remembrance of that. Their rest of their rationale for the request is that the proposed home placement would be in alignment with the pattern along the rest of the block, which is true, and that the reduced proposed rear setback is reasonable because the existing home today at 1121 Quail Avenue has a 9.5-foot setback, but in essence, you know, they're reducing it further. What works today on that lot as a side setback doesn't really work to comply with the code as a rear setback. So that's kind of a summary of the key points of the applicant's rationale. In our analysis, and they did as well, they looked at what we have in the code as far as variance criteria. And in our evaluation of these criteria, we find that they can meet 4 of the 5 criteria, but in our opinion, the most important criterion, which is the hardship criterion, they cannot really meet because this is essentially a choice of design, a decision that they're making not because of inherent conditions of the property or inherent conditions of an existing or even a proposed structure. These are choices. And if you have a choice, that means that you don't have what the legal standard, as Roger would explain it, is a hardship in the context of a variance. Variances, when we talk about hardship, do not mean financial hardship or personal hardship or other types of hardship. It's very strict to the existence of unusual, unique conditions of the land or of the structure. So based on that, staff found that that criterion is not met, and because of that, we are recommending denial based on those same findings. However, recognizing that they do meet the other 4 criteria, we did have conditions in our report in case the Board of Adjustment recommended approval to you and you chose to affirm their recommendation. And so, as Roger mentioned, even though we are recommending denial, the Board of Adjustment in this case chose to recommend approval to you with the conditions that staff recommended. So,
Sylvia, what were those conditions?
the conditions, oh gosh, I'm going to have to go back and pull my computer with the staff report, but some of them are the standard conditions that we have in all of our recommendations for the variance to be valid for a period of 2 years, within which period the applicant has to apply for a permit, and that the the proposed, or the construction, when it happens, has to be in substantial compliance with the plans that are being reviewed as part of the variance, that the scope of the variance only applies to that specific feature. In other words, if there were other, like, let's say that, you know, you approved the variance and the variance says, and the scope is limited to that front yard and that rear yard for this particular construction. If they came back and they said, well, you know, now we have this rear yard variance, we want to put our swimming pool up to that, you know, that would not apply to that. It would not apply to other structures, only to this particular item. There's a couple of other things that I don't have in front of me, so, but I'd be happy to go and pull them up if you want, but, you know, a lot of them are the standard conditions, and so we recommended that those are included. So I'm not going to go over this because Roger has already stated that, you know, tonight, based on the fact that we have conflicting recommendations, and we don't always come to you with that case, but according to the code, your option is to affirm the recommendation of the Board of Adjustment, or if you decide to have a full public hearing on it, then that you have to, I guess, call for a separate one.
Thank you.
Chair? In my opinion, I understand the hardship when most of the variance cases are presented, but in general, the way I look at variances is how much does it really intrude into the privacy of your neighbors, or changes the consistency of what's being built in that neighborhood. And in this particular case, I don't see where, you know, the setback stuff is really intruding into somebody's private. So to my opinion, the planning and zoning has done a good job in the recommendation.
Board of Adjustment.
Through the chair. I'm sorry. So I was at the Board of Adjustment meeting, and what caught my attention was the neighbors that came out in support of this. And I know that Sylvia did the city did their job. It doesn't look right. The variance looks right. The variance makes it look even, and the neighbors came out in support of the variance. So I think this was kind of like unique. Your neighbors want you to get the variance and want it approved because the new proposal blends well with the existing structures. I mean, that's what caught my attention. I understand the wall, the hardship. I was like, okay, a brick wall, but sentimental reasons, but other than that, the variance makes sense.
And I think the broader points, even though that the setbacks, because the front of the property would change, because then it would be the more narrow one, what the Board of Adjustment found is that the setbacks would be similar to and aligned to the surrounding properties, which is probably why the neighbors were in favor.
Yeah, I'm happy that, you know, we're actually going in the opposite direction. 2 lots to 1, where everybody typically tries to split it. So although we don't have a mechanical hardship within the code, I think it's a betterment to the block. And it's congruent to the rest of it, at least visually, so I'm for it.
Okay. Somebody want to make a motion? Do we want to hear from?
Can I give a comment?
Yes, as a matter of fact. So this is, you reminded me that I have to open up for public comment. Okay, thank you. Sorry, you got to keep me on task. The coffee isn't enough. Okay, this being a public hearing, I open it up for public comment. Jens, come on down. State your name and address again for the record, just for this public comment, please.
Jens Spangenberg.
Wait, once you're at the mic.
Say again?
Once you're at the mic, so that it's for the record.
Jens Spangenberg, Quail Avenue, 1131. I'm the neighbor. And when I heard the changes which we're thinking, I could just imagine what kind of hardship we were going to have. Because when I go out of my house, which is their neighbor, I just walk out and I look to the left and I see 2 blocks down And if I look right, I also see 2 blocks up. And by the recommendations we're having here, to get the whole building 7.5 feet from Quail Avenue is going to mean that we are going to look at a wall and unable to enjoy any long-term, long-distance view. So I am very much against having that, or I accept, have the variance be accepted, so that we have a 20-foot, 25-foot distance from the street or from wherever they're measuring it, instead of the 7.5. That's it.
Thank you, Jen.
I have to talk to.
Carmen, state your name again and address.
Carmen Spangenberg, 1131 Quail Avenue, the next door neighbor of this wonderful person. Listen, sometimes, and I'm telling you for you as a city person, you have to be logical. This setting is perfect. If you have to be forced to do the other way and change the view to Hammond, you would make the whole neighborhood angry because it will look ugly. So I am so thankful for the architect and the person that's building that is not provoking hardship for us. And I beg you to please allow it to be, because otherwise it will be awful. And I have the picture, how beautiful it is now, and there is another house in the other block that had cut the view of the neighbor, and that's not good. So I like it what you said before, when the people buy the house, they want to know what the house is going to be, exactly will be. If they are allowed to have the variant, we can continue to have a very harmonious neighborhood. I
Thank
hope
you,
you
Carmen.
get it.
So, you're the same architect of 30 Canal Street? Okay, that's where I remember seeing it.
Any further questions or discussion? Anybody want to make a motion?
I make a motion to uphold the,
To affirm?
to affirm the Board of Adjustments
Second that motion.
recommendation.
Second that motion to affirm.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to affirm the recommendations, approval with conditions of the Board of Adjustments as recommended by the BOA. Call the vote?
Vice Mayor Dion?
Yes.
Councilman Santeen?
Yes.
Councilman Lamas?
Yes.
Councilman Perez Crespo?
Yes.
Mayor Fahed?
Yes.
The motion carries.
By the way, I close public comment. All right, thank you. Moving on. Thank you. Moving on to 9D.
A resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of Miami Springs, Florida, affirming a recommendation of the city's board of adjustment to approve with conditions of various application by Marisol and Rainier Martinez for the property located at 1240 Falcon Avenue, property folio number 05-3024-017-0770, to permit a 15-foot rear yard setback where a 25-foot rear yard setback is required, providing for conditions, providing for final order, providing for violations, and providing for an effective date.
Are you going to start us off, Roger, or no?
No, I gave my comment, but I do promise
Yeah,
that next
that
time, the
applies.
title will be more complicated for
No.
everyone.
Very quickly, this is a similar situation, similar condition. This property is zoned R1C, which is a different zoning district, but also single-family residential. The lot is of a regular shape. It's one of the sort of unusually deep lots. It's 127 feet. It is developed with a single-family home that has a 35-foot front yard setback. So it's 5 feet more than what the code requires, but not particularly deep. They are proposing to build an addition, almost a 1,500 square foot addition in the rear yard for a new bedroom suite with a home office and a garage, workshop space, plus a 400 square foot covered patio. and this addition would be extending approximately 55 feet into that deep yard that they have right now. So where today they have almost 67 feet and a half, they would be at 15 feet where the code requires 25. So they're asking for a variance from that rear yard setback. Keep doing that. As you can see in that diagram.
Do you mind moving it forward a little bit? I'm sorry.
I'm gonna try. Eric, I'm afraid of dumping it.
Okay. No, it's if you grab it from.
Sylvia, do we know why that house was built so far back in the setback?
Well, it's only 5 feet set, so it's 35 where 30 is required, so it's an additional 5 feet. I don't know why. I mean, I'm assuming it's a personal choice of whenever the house was built. It's not unusual to find that some of these houses that have deep lots have more of a front. But that's the situation in this case. So here you can see this is the original home, and they're building this as an addition with the bedroom suite, etc. This is a garage and the covered patio. The swimming pool is not part of this variance application. So they're using as a rationale for the request that the home is deeply sited at approximately, deeply sited meaning that it's set back as, unusually set back, which they claim reduces the flexibility for rear expansion, that they're going to be removing a series of non-compliant sheds that have been cited for lack of permits, but that is going to eliminate some of the necessary storage that they had available in there. Extending the home straight to the rear, aligned with the existing eastern wall, they say represent a minimal encroachment, and the proposed 15-foot rear setback maintains open space area enough and meets all the other zoning standards, allowing reasonable storage and living space. So our analysis, just like the other one, our analysis of the criteria in our code finds that this request does not meet the hardship variance. This is a design choice. This addition could be designed in a different way. They have 67 feet of rear yard that could be accommodated in a different way to provide the 25-foot setback. However, they do meet the other criteria, which are not, they're not particularly onerous to meet. They're not changing the zoning district boundaries or the permitted uses. There is not going to be significant impact to light, air, or fire safety. There's no evidence that we can see of negative impact on the surrounding property values, although this is, of course, always speculative. And the last criterion is whether it's going to meet applicable building safety and regulatory codes, which every building has to do anyway. So based on the fact that they cannot meet the hardship criteria, we are, again, in this case, recommending denial. We believe that the lot's depth and existing rear setback provide more than enough buildable area to expand the home without having to reduce the rear setback and the manner that is being requested. And again, that this is not a site-based hardship because there are no unusual, unique conditions to the property that would prevent compliance or that would render the property unbuildable or unreasonably limited by having to meet the standard. We again have a similar set of conditions that we're recommending in case the council decides to approve, And the Board of Adjustment is recommending approval with the conditions as recommended by staff.
Thank you, Sylvia. John?
Do you open this for public comment too?
Yes,
Mayor?
thank you for reminding me. Okay, open this up for public comment. Anybody online? No? Okay, closing public comment.
I was at the meeting also. I think they have a family member moving in with medical needs, dialysis, equipment like that. I don't remember hearing any objection from any neighbors. I don't remember any neighbors at all, I think, there. So I like the design. I think there was talk about his collection of motorcycles or something, so I totally understand that point of view. So, yeah, I would approve the variance.
And here again, the Board of Adjustments recommended approval with conditions, correct? Yes. Okay.
What are the conditions? Is it up there? The conditions are up there?
The conditions are basically the same type of conditions as in the previous one.
So similar conditions, whether similar, the conditions, Board of Adjustment recommended approval with conditions. The conditions are similar to those that were put forth for the previous variance.
Do we know how the neighbors feel about it, or?
Well, there were no objections that day, that night. There were.
At the Board of Adjustment
Right.
meeting?
They were there?
No, there was no neighbors there.
There's a notice that goes out, there was a meeting that day.
Nobody objected.
Any questions? Any further
Yeah,
discussion?
question. The detached, well, not detached garage, right, but just a rear garage, correct?
This is, it's not a detached garage, no.
Right,
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah,
Just
so
rear
it's
garage.
part of the addition.
Right, but it's
Correct.
the rear end, most rear end of the addition.
Yeah.
How big is, I mean, what size is that, what depth is that garage at?
What depth?
Yeah, what's the measurements on that? Is that typical, or is that more than typical?
No, I think it is fairly typical.
But is it 22 or 21?
Yeah, 25.
25.
Yeah.
That's average, so you can put the car and walk around it.
Any further questions? Any discussion?
Through the chair, but in my case, back to what we talked about before, yes, doesn't meet the hardship, but I think considering to me, the biggest thing with variance is how much does it intrude on privacy? I mean, if they didn't have an alley, I probably would not be in favor of any of this but we have an alley. So there's enough of a buffer there for the adjacent or, the rear neighbor. So, I was just asking in case there was an excess garage that, had a little larger depth, well, then, make it more standard and you'll get even more in compliance to the setback in the rear. But in this particular case, it seems like a pretty normal, garage size. So I'm good with the recommendation by the Board of Adjustments.
You want to make a motion to affirm the recommendation of approval with conditions that the Board of Adjustment gave?
I'll make a motion to approve, I guess, what is it, 9? Was it 9?
So it would be a
9C?
motion, right? it
No,
would be
9B.
Well, we have an option, right?
To
So
affirm.
one option is to affirm the recommendation to the Board of Adjustment to approve it with conditions. Is that?
Yes.
So
Yes,
just say
right.
so moved and that's it?
Yes.
So moved.
No, so moved.
Okay,
Got it.
we have a second. Call the vote?
Vice Mayor Dion?
Yes.
Councilman Santeen?
Yes.
Councilman Lamas?
Yes.
Councilman Torres Crespo?
Yes.
Mayor Pahet?
Yes.
One motion carries.
Okay. All right.
So just to Give Erica a little bit of a break, I'll read this next ordinance title. An ordinance of the City of Miami Springs, Florida, amending the city's code of ordinances by creating section 150-180 certified recovery residences to establish review and approval procedures for certified recovery residences, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date. Mayor, there are no changes between first and second reading, and as we discussed last night, this is just required by state law, this ordinance.
Okay, open it up for public comment. Anybody who'd like to speak on 9A? Having none, we'll close public comment. Yeah, so as Roger just said, this is a second reading. This is something the state is requiring that we do. This is not something that would be new coming into the city. These are already, these certified recovery residences are already in place. This is just the state mandating that we establish review and approval procedures for these types of uses. So nothing's changed since the second reading. You guys have any further questions or discussion? Somebody like to make a motion?
I'd like to set a motion to approve 9A.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a first and a second. Call the vote.
Vice Mayor Dion?
Yes.
Councilman Santeen?
Yes.
Councilman Lamas?
Yes.
Councilman Perez Crespo?
Yes.
Mayor Fahad?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, move on to 9B. Bob?
An ordinance of the City of Miami Springs, Florida, amending Chapter 93, waste removal and property maintenance of the city's code of ordinances by amending Section 93-12, non-exclusive waste removal franchise for private waste haulers relating to franchise fees, late charges, and interest charges, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date. Again, Mayor, same comment. This is the same from first.
All right, open it up for public comment here. Having none, close public comment. Here again, guys, second reading. This is for the private waste haulers and the fees, so this is not anything that's... Sure, go ahead.
This is for, to establish or to adjust the franchise fees that we charge private waste haulers that provide service to commercial businesses, the commercial areas here. This does not affect anybody that our city staff services. Okay, so that's, and there's a number of private haulers that around here that collect.
And this wouldn't be a fee for residents. This is a fee for the private companies.
This is for the actual
that-
company to do
that-
business here.
To do business here. All right, thank you for clarifying that. Any questions or comment? No? Do we have a motion?
So I'll motion. Motion to approve 9A? 9B,
9B.
I'm sorry, 9B.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All right, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Dion?
Yes.
Councilman Santeen?
Yes.
Councilman Lamas?
Yes.
Councilman Perez Crespo?
Yes.
Mayor Fahad?
Yes. Okay, we move on to the consent agenda, which we already approved. So,
I would still need a
No,
motion
no,
now on
we
that.
haven't approved. Consent
you're
agenda.
right, we approved. Got you.
Yeah.
Okay, so, do we have, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Set a motion to approve the consent agenda. Consent agenda 10A through J.
Cassie?
I'll second.
All right, we have a first and a second?
Vice Mayor Dion?
Yes.
Councilman Santeen?
Yes.
Councilman Lamas?
Yes.
Councilman Perez Crespo?
Yes.
Mayor Fahad?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, 11, no previous or unfinished business. 12, we have new business.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Miami Springs, Florida, approving a third amended and restated interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County for use of the county solid waste management system, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor, just for clarification, or not for clarification, but for the audience, for the public, this is the interlocal agreement that we have with Miami-Dade County. It has expired. This is the new agreement for us to use solid waste facilities so we can take our trash somewhere to them. This was at the county commission meeting maybe last month. Our attorney, Heidi, flagged it and said, hey, there's some changes here that are a little weird, that need a little bit of clarification. And you, Mayor, you were speaking with Commissioner Ortiz, and they tabled it, or they withheld it for that meeting, so we can adjust, or we can get clarification, and they can tweak the language a little bit, which they did. We have no objection to the language.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to say, when Heidi brought to our attention some concerns that we had, because this kind of was being rushed through, I reached out to our county commissioner, Natalie Milan Orbis, and she did a good job of getting that tabled, addressing the issues, working with our attorneys for both us and for the other cities that were being affected. And I was happy to see that she was able to get the county commission to make some changes that made it, you know, something that our attorneys felt like we could get on board with. So kudos to Commissioner Orbis for helping us with that. Any questions, comments? All right, like to entertain a motion to approve 12A.
I'd like to set a motion to approve 12A.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and second. Call the vote.
Vice Mayor Dion?
Yes.
Councilman Santeen?
Yes.
Councilman Lamas?
Yes.
Councilman Perez Crespo?
Yes.
Mayor Kahay?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, we move on to 12B.
A resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Miami Springs, Florida, authorizing the issuance of a taxable capital improvement revenue note, series 2025 of the city of Miami Springs, Florida, in the aggregate principal amount of $1,305,530 for the purpose of financing the purchase of various maintenance equipment for the Miami Springs Golf and Country Club, awarding the sale of the note to Regions Commercial Equipment Finance LLC, providing for security for the note, providing for provisions relating to the note, making certain covenants and agreements in connection therewith, providing for adoption of representations, providing for certain other matters in connection therewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
This, Mayor, is the equipment for the golf course to maintain the greens and the fairways, just to maintain all the grass, the course itself. The current equipment is 8 years old. It's already past its useful life. I believe the tractor or had the motor replaced a few times. It's time to let it go. Time to replace it. This has been in the works, being planned for over 2 years. Just the equipment is finally here, and so we're pulling the trigger on it. We got a good rate, 4.89. Went out to bid for a number of banks to get the best rate possible. We recommend approval. And the old equipment's gonna be sold off, auctioned off.
So that
Whatever revenue we get from that, whatever money we make from that, look towards paying this off. And it's a 5-year loan.
Any, to the chair?
Sure.
Any estimate on what they think that might be salvageable?
Don't know.
Any estimate, through the chair, any estimate to what that equipment is worth?
That's what I just said.
No. We'll see when it goes out to bid. We suspect over $100,000, but we don't know.
Second,
Right, more or less. It's your guess. You know what? I say that, I'm just pulling that out of my hat, so.
well, I appreciate that
Whoever shows up.
that effort.
Whoever shows up.
Says good luck, I don't know.
Through the chair. I asked the same question about the depreciation of the equipment we can get from it. Just like the numbers strikes, because I know that we've been voting to approve things for the golf course, and I believe in the golf course. I mean, I think moving forward in the coming years, it's going to generate more revenue, simply because there's less options to play golf. There's improvements. Kevin Morris is doing a phenomenal job getting it to where it should be. So, but I just as a comment, right? I just noticed that we're investing. Let's say,
Yeah, we're absolutely investing. You know, one of the things that I noticed when I started here is you want, because when I started here, you guys had, the council had invested $4+ million in redoing the entire golf course. We have the golf course. We got to maintain, like it or not. We don't want to get rid of it, but we need to take great pride in it and take pride in maintaining it. And this equipment helps us do that.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of things that we have to fund in order to maintain. This is one of the few things that are actually revenue generated. And based on the trajectory, it's wise to continue to invest because they've got a great trajectory of making, for many years we weren't making money, we were underwater. So It's,
It's now making money.
oh yeah, it's making money and it's on a good trajectory.
Going on a good path.
Yep. Okay, any further questions, comments? Like to entertain a motion to approve 12B?
I'll make a motion to approve 12B, resolution.
We have a second?
I second.
Okay, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Dion?
Yes.
Councilman Santeen?
Yes.
Councilman Lamas?
Yes.
Councilman Perez Crespo?
Yes.
Mayor Fahed?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay. No other business. 13, reports and recommendations from our city attorney.
As always, Mayor and members of the council, it's a pleasure to be here, but I have no report.
Thank you, Roger. Okay, city manager?
Honestly, I don't have anything to say right now other than, happy holidays and happy New Year to everyone.
All right, assistant city manager?
Yes. There's a movie night at the Aquatic Center on Friday, December 12th at 6:15 p.m. Miami Springs and BG residents only. ID required to join, and make sure to bring your chairs, blankets, and pillows.
What night is that, Tammy, I'm sorry?
The 12th.
The 12th at 6:15 at the Aquatic Center. There's a winter rummage sale, Saturday, December 13th at 7 a.m. From 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. and that is in the parking lot between the community center and the Aquatic Center. Again, December 13th. There's a Community Shred Day event happening on December 13th at 9 a.m. till noon, and that is at the community center parking lot as well. Residents and/or businesses can bring up to a total amount of 4 boxes. Information can be obtained at the CPO office if you need to know more information. Kids Night Out, December 19th. The Parks and Rec is offering parents a free night to watch the children, any ages from 5 to 12, and the cost per child is $30 for each night that they register. It's the second annual Dashing Through the Springs 5K run or walk on December 20th at 6:30 a.m. And this is hosted by the River Cities Rotary Club. It'll begin and end at the Curtis Mansion at 500 Deer Run. And to register, it's a $35 per person, and the registration is dashingthroughthesprings.com in order to register.
Is that THRU through?
Through,
Okay.
yes. And it's ROUGH, so it's dashing through.
Okay, so the through is
yes.
THROUGH. So
Mhm.
dashing through the springs.
Yes. Okay. Breakfast with Santa is being presented by the Miami Springs Lions Club on Saturday, December 20th at 9 a.m. It begins at 9, ends at 12 noon-ish. Tickets for adults are $15, children are $10, and spaces are limited. You can purchase spots up through December 15th. And the Holiday Golf Cart Parade is on Saturday the 20th at 6:30. And to sign up, the registration to sign up ends on December 19th, and you sign up via email to smithc@miamisprings-fl.gov. So that's smithc@miamisprings-fl.gov. And that's all I have for you.
All right, thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
All right, so move on to the city council, but I will let you know that I'm not going to vote at 11, so make it fast, guys. We got 4 minutes, let's go. I'll start with you, George.
Oh, God, so much for what I wanted to say, but obviously this weekend was great. Christmas, spirit was everywhere. And you killed me, man.
No, hey, listen.
You killed me.
Hey, we can go past 11. I'm kidding, George.
Even with the abdominal snowman out there. Sorry to say, but I couldn't hold back. As much as some people thought it was a demon, he actually turned out to be a good monster and helped Rudolph the reindeer find his way.
Bumble, after they took his teeth out.
Yeah.
Did it have teeth?
Yeah.
Was
It was moving.
All right. Okay. Hey, I was kidding. If you have more to say, you can. Okay.
No, we're not gonna set a record
Okay.
today.
All right.
I'll take you up on that. I'll make it pretty quick. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I want to wish my daughter a happy birthday. Also super proud to see a Hall of Famer come to Miami Springs Senior High and coach the football team. So welcome to T.Y. Hilton.
Okay. Andy.
Just want to thank Public Works and Parks and Rec for 2 great events, the tree lighting and Savannah in the Circle. It's really what Miami Springs is about, and beautiful to see. Thank you, guys.
I want to thank Public Works for taking down that other pine tree on Curtis Parkway, the first one when it collapsed, when it crashed. It was such a hazard, so thank you for taking down that other potential hazard. And I want to mention the tax collector is coming to town December 19th. So we had a meeting with his staff, and from 9 to 4, they're going to be doing driver's license ID services, motor vehicle, registration, license plate, handicap parking permit, local business, property tax payments. Spend time with your family this holiday season. Get off the electronics. Spend time with your family and friends. Thank you all.
You bet. Thank you for everything. This is a lot of work, and we do it. So thank you very much to staff and the council. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Holidays. This meeting is adjourned at 11 o'clock.